and welcome to the South Korea League playoffs. The road to the Montreal Major for our teams continues here with the playoffs starting, and with these teams of course winning their matches, getting closer to that ticket for the Montreal Major. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk as well as on the cast will be Ollie and Demo. Guys, good morning. It was a very early morning for the two of you, but how are you feeling now?
Hello, I'm feeling good, Anne. I can't wait to get stuck into some South Korean siege. We have been raring to go this morning, and let me tell you, it is going to be a good day. We have got two best of threes coming up, and we need to decide who we're sending us to the major.
Yeah, some really good shots there, Korea. You know, we kind of had a bit of a fly through of where we actually. I mean, we're not in Korea, Ollie. I think that has to be said. But
that's as close as we've got.
You know that big tall building that we've seen. Slops lives right at the top of that, believe it or not.
Really?
Wow.
He lives in the penthouse.
That's crazy to think what playing for Mir Gaming gets you these days, huh? That's really exciting. But let's have a recap of what happened prior to this, right? Because we have the top 6 teams in Korea League that are still with us here. We're looking at our standings, and I believe some things have changed for that still last week. Because if I look at last week's playday, you two were here for a long time. There were you were 6 rounds of the maximum rounds you could have had for those 4 best of ones. And I believe that last playday still took a few crazy turns.
It really did. I mean, I'm surprised we got away with our sanity, Anne. And I mean, maybe we didn't. Maybe we did it. Maybe we left it there last week. Really weird day, to be honest with you. I think there was a lot of unexpected results, and a lot of games that should have been fairly clear-cut ended up going quite long. There was teams that were putting in huge performances, and they just didn't really need to because it wasn't going to affect the standings all too much. But again, it was nice to see.
Yeah, Ollie talks about sanity. I lost that after the first playday. Let's be real with ourselves. So there was nothing left after that last playday. Look, I think the big surprise was PSG Talon not being able to go flawless, which is obviously something that they would have wanted to do. But FearX able to take them down. Look, I think Korea pretty predictable as what we kind of expected. The top 6 were kind of the expected top 6. Certainly the top 4 were the expected top 4 that we had. And that leaves us, Anne, with now our playoff bracket.
Yeah, we said goodbye to Blossom and to Ordless, and these are our top 6 teams that are remaining with these slots that they've been put in for those quarterfinals. And FearX and PSG Talon, like you mentioned, due to them being first and second in that bracket, they will get that bye going into this first game. They're 1 game closer to the major, but even for them, if they win that game, that doesn't automatically qualify them to the major. There's only 1 spot to be given away for these players here, so you need to actually win the grand finals if you want to book yourself a ticket to the major. One important thing to mention as well, Demo, is we're going down to the best of 3 territory now. Yep. That's a lot different than the best of 1s.
It is, and I think we've seen that from EUL this week. You know, Ollie and myself, we had the luxury of casting, you know, those first sets of best of 3s, and, you know, Wolves and Wild specifically, Ollie, if we're being honest, you could tell that one team had experience in best of 3s and the other didn't.
No, absolutely. And the same is likely going to happen here in Korea as well. We talk about tournament teams. We talk about teams that have that experience playing in more of an event format where you are going to be playing best of 3s and in some cases back-to-back best of 3s, you know, or at least back-to-back days. So that's when we're going to start to really separate further these teams. But, you know, we can be surprised, and things, you know, do tend to come out of the woodwork, but things like nerves really start to play into it when you start talking about a best of 3. It is a long time to really be on your A game, and that's where you see the more experienced sides tend to shine.
And like you said, of course, these 2 teams here, we're zooming in on our quarterfinals as we have for today. It's the best of 3 territory, like we already said. And our first game for today will be BNA taking on D+, which is actually a rematch of the very first playday that we had on the group stage. So that's an exciting one. It was really dominant for D+, but BNA, of course, have had the opportunity to grow a bit throughout the stage, so hopefully they're able to fight back a little bit more today. And I think our second game is probably the one that is going to be the closest. Webl versus Mir, because when we were in the group stage, that was an overtime game. Mir was about to lose it in regulation, brought it to overtime, and then still managed to snatch away those 2 points. So this is what we got ahead of ourselves today. As we mentioned, these two teams need to win their games if they want to face off against Fear X and Talon. And I think if we look at our predictions as well, I mean, you mentioned it already, Demo. It's been quite predictive in Korea so far. Going into this one, it's definitely still the same.
Yep, we're all the same, apart from production, who just, oh yeah, we'll be different just for no reason at all. Yeah, put down Webl, sure, go for it. Yeah, look, it should be fairly straightforward. I think, obviously, the first series, BNA versus D+, it's going to be pretty one-sided. It should be, you know, D+, the caliber of the players that they have, experience inside of that best of 3. You mentioned beforehand, look, they played each other in the first play day. Pretty easy for D+. BNA, they've, I would say, had a lot more closer games, certainly this stage compared to D+. But I just think D+, they should be the stronger team. It's just, yeah, has to be them.
I think you're right. You know, you look at it on paper and you think, you know, how have we got to a position where BNA are actually playing up against D+? You know, you almost sort of want to drag it back to that and figure out just exactly, you know, how we've got there, because obviously BNA, they're in 6th place, D+ in 3rd, D+ narrowly missing out on those top spots as well. It was always going to be a difficult matchup for whoever got the 3rd team out of the big 3 that didn't make it into the top 2, if that makes sense. It just so happens that it was D+ suffering a couple of losses throughout the stage. So for before and after, it's going to be a tough day for them, let's be honest.
Yeah, but if you think about it as well, it is a curious one indeed. Like we're saying, you know, BNA, they're here, and I think they're really happy about it, given that their last stage was really unfortunate. It was an 8th finish last stage. This time they did make it into those playoffs. The last time they did was exactly 1 year ago, stage 2 2023, when they made it to the playoffs. Unfortunately, lost the very first game and then lost the LCQ seeding match as well. So there's only up from here if you think about BNA as a roster. And I think the main thing I'm looking for as well is how can they really surprise us coming up against D+ here today, because they know that first game was really tough. It was a tough loss for them, but a lot has happened afterwards. We're seeing them find these opportunities on attack. We're seeing adaptation. We're seeing Damali be a really good player on this roster.
Yeah, I think Damali's fantastic, and you know, maybe a lot of this game sort of potentially hinges on him, not to put too fine a point onto it. Somewhere that BNA have struggled is going to be on those attacks. Obviously, they didn't start out too great inside of the league. I think they've definitely improved as we've gotten towards the end of the stage, but they've still got an incredibly low attacking win percentage. And as we can see here, you know, maybe not the deepest of map pool. They have sort of crutched onto, you know, only a handful of maps.
Yeah, I mean, 40% ban rate for Clubhouse. That's going to be the main crutch. I think if you're D+, you probably look at that and think, look, we know that we are going to be able to get 2 bans before they get a choice. I think you have to go straight in for that Clubhouse. It's been, you know, the map that really BNA have stood out on. It's been their only wins as well. And don't forget, the 2 wins that BNA has had this stage was against the 2 teams below them. You know, it was against Orgulus and was against Blossom. So, yeah, I think if you're D+, you have a fairly straightforward banning phase here.
100%, especially given that they've only played these 4 maps. There is that information on how they've played on these 4 maps, and those other 5 ones are sort of unknown territory. It seems that maybe D+ have a bit of a deeper map pool going into here, but we will be zooming in on our map pool for these teams a little bit more throughout the day. As we said, the best of 3 territory, it comes down to who is the better team, who has the better fundamentals, not just on one map, but on multiple maps as well. You need to have that deeper map pool here for BNA as well. And like you mentioned, you know, they haven't made playoffs in a year, and they're going up against a team that really wants to come through these playoffs. Given that they haven't been able to make it to the major last time around, they now want to make sure they fight their way back into it. And the one player I think that can help stand out BNA here, we touched upon already, Demo, is Damali.
Yeah, I think he's the make or break today. Any game that they've been able to win this stage has been down to Damali playing out of his skin. So I think that's kind of what it boils down to. It is just the individual performance. He's got a lot of pressure on him. I think obviously going into this, you're going to look to him to be that spearhead for his side. For D+, you have to shut him down early. Yeah, don't give him that bit of momentum. Make sure you can control this player. You definitely, they should have studied, you know, this player individually. Look through the VODs. See, you know, what are his kind of, you know, lurk positions. Where does he usually like the entry from? All that information that you can get, that's what D+ need to try and expose.
It's a bit of a crying shame, really, because Damali's without a shadow of a doubt the top performer on BNA, and he's the only player that's really positive. You look at the next closest player is going to be Katsang at +4 on the KD, so that just goes to tell you the kind of stage that BNA have had, and it's those pop-off games that Damali's had that's really kept them in it, and those big moments. There's been moments from other players, I think to players like Roland or players like Katsang that have had those individual moments, but the consistency has come from Damali, and that's where they're going to need to find it from today.
Demo, I like how you mentioned that they need to find this information on Damali, need to study where he's playing. I'm sure they have some kind of information as well on him, because Damali used to be on the opposing team. D+, he's playing against D+ today, but used to be on D+ up until June this year, so he's only been with BNA for a very short time, but now going up against his former team in D+, and we briefly touched upon it already. They want to make it back to that major, haven't been able to do so last time around, and want to be more successful this time with those playoffs. And if I had to describe D+'s playstyle, what we've seen from them so far in Korea is chaos. That's what I'm seeing from them. There's a lot of aggression on their defense, but then Woogieman and Envy Taylor, in my opinion, are the standout players on this roster.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I think Envy Taylor, for me, Demo, what a stage he's had.
He's doing it. He's still doing it after, 7 years on, which is just incredible to think about, that this guy has been playing at the top of his game for this long. I think for D+, it's been a mixed bag. I don't think it's been the greatest of siege from them. They've had 3 losses. Usually, whenever you look at a side, and yes, to the third place team, you would say, okay, surely they've lost the 2 teams above them. I think that loss against PSG Talon was kind of inevitable, considering that they kind of banked and saying, okay, let's go to Lair, let's try the new map. PSG Talon played them at the park. They lose to FearX again, the team above them. But the biggest worry for D+, Ollie, was the last playday where they lost to Webl. We did not expect that.
Yeah. I mean, that was the last playday, which was a weird playday anyway, wasn't it? I think was that part of it all. Obviously, that was played out on Labs. We just never saw D+ play with that same level of togetherness, and I don't want to say it was like they'd given up on that last play day, but there was something missing. Something really wasn't clicking at all. In terms of map preferences, we can see that it's not too bad over on the side of D+, which is kind of what you to expect, right? You're not going to expect them to have a super narrow map pool. It's maybe your bank, your skyscraper, the ones that they're permanently avoiding. But there is a little bit of hope there. There are a couple more maps maybe that they've got to go on. I think they've certainly got a better chance in the map pool than BNA.
Probably also comes with the international experience that plenty of the players on this roster have, not having to play these maps in just Korea, but also on the international stage. I'm also seeing some maps that they haven't played with a relatively low ban rate, so that should fare them very well going into the best of 3 map veto, as we said already. This is different territory, of course. We could still have a scenario where D+ come out of the gates and win that first map, and then BNA could be able to come back in the next 2 maps that they have. I think if we're talking about form as well, D+ coming into this one with a little bit better as we're going here, obviously with a loss against Webl. That's exactly what happened in the last stage, unfortunately for them as well. And then BNA, we talked about it, a bit of a mixed stage as we're seeing here and there. Going into the map veto now, we're seeing Bank, Sky, Border, and Cafe already being taken out. I believe there's definitely some stuff. The Clubhouse, for example, is still very much there and still an option to be picked.
Yeah, the Clubhouse is still available. That's
I just didn't go for it.
Maybe a little bit surprised. I mean, still available. I thought BNA would have picked that. Consulate is going to be chosen here by BNA and Chalet from D+. Surely the Clubhouse is the decided MO.
I mean, I think D+ will play club. They definitely will. Depends if BNA feel confident enough to go there. Again, the wins for BNA has been on Clubhouse, so they should be fairly confident. I think right now with that Consulate pick, yes, I know BNA have picked it. It's still going to suit, I think, D+ a lot, because D+ they've wanted to play that map. There's the Clubhouse ban. BNA, again, maybe they thought to themselves, look, we have had wins on it, but that means we've shown a lot. That means that we have been able to give a lot of info away to D+. and then Labs as well, which is obviously going to favor D+. Look, as much as what Consulate is going to be BNA's pick, can I say it looks like a 3-0? Is that possible?
I mean, D+ lost Labs last week when they played it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that loss, really.
They lost against Webl.
But it didn't matter. It's a game that doesn't matter, I think, for D+ as well, don't forget.
Then again, D+ had the final say in this as well. They banned out Lair to go to Labs. Feel probably like they have a chance for improvement on that map. Chalet, I'm not surprised by it, but in a way, I'm surprised by it as well, given that this was the map that these two played on with that initial match in the best of one group stage. That was a 7-2 for D+, so a very dominant performance. I wonder why BNA let it go through. Would they maybe think that, hey, you know, we saw what we did wrong, we know what happened, let's just give them the confidence and they can pick Chalet again, and maybe we are a completely different and improved team on it.
I mean, quite possibly. I don't think that BNA have necessarily got the luxury of decision in terms of where they go. Obviously, it's a best of 3. There's 2 bans, and they've got quite a shallow pool. At least they haven't shown very many maps. There are other teams inside a career that are going to appear to have quite a shallow pool. Teams like PSG Talon that haven't played very many maps, but have still done exceptionally well on the maps they've played. I don't think that that's the case here for BNA. It's not as if they're hiding things. I think it really is just they've got to leave it open and see, and maybe it's that there's just a bit of tape on D+ out there that they're happy to go and run through the motions again and run it back on Chalet.
Yeah, I think that's a good thought process for it. Look, Chalet, in terms of the kind of way it plays out, it is, I think, one of those more attacker-sided maps that we kind of look at, where, you know, a lot of lurks to the attackers, a lot of staircases, you know, it's going to be a nightmare, I think, for the defense to really lock it down, especially with the current meta with shields as well. Blitz running at you, it's not fun. I just think overall, the Consulate pick more than anything for BNA, I do think it's a big risk. I think probably they should have been better off going for the Clubhouse. I mean, if you have the choice between Clubhouse and Consulate, I think they have to go Clubhouse. I think the Consulate map, D+, I think they're going to be a team where you look at them and think, yeah, they're going to have these tricks up their sleeve. They're going to have these quick rushes. They're a good side who understands the meta. That's where I have, because I think for Consulate, you need to be really on top of your game. Especially that BNA, whenever you choose Consulate, you're going to be starting on the attack side, which is, as we know, the least favored side. So BNA, not only do they have to go to Consulate, which D+, they're more than happy to go there. They like that map. They also have to start on the attack against them.
One thing's for sure with Conso is that it's definitely going to set the tone and the pace of this matchup, especially for BNA, maybe a bit of a comfort pick given that this was their very first map. If they already start to show struggles on this one, it could be a very fast matchup, but unfortunately it seems like our players need a little bit more time to be getting ready and to be getting into the game. So before we do head to Consulate, our very first map in this best of 3, we'll be heading to a short break.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, je fais la différence au
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are ready to get into game number 1 now. We have BNA versus D+. We are going to be headed to Consulate for our first matchup here. All of today's games are going to be best of 3s. We've got 2 of them to bring you. 87-13 demo. That is a damning social vote.
Yeah, I think channel points are going to be bet quite highly in this game, just because it is going to be pretty one-sided, just based on what the stats tell us, and typically all of the stats don't lie.
They're the worst ones to go for, though. You need to go for the upsets.
No.
You need to save the channel points and sniff out the upsets.
Well, I lost 25k channel points yesterday.
Ooh. On Bleed, I imagine.
I did, yes.
Mm.
Honestly, it's just that, yeah. Bleed not making it to the major. Already a big upset. Than kind of what we expected from our regional leagues. Elevate going through, congratulations to them. But yeah, Bleed, a team which I know that you're also a bit of a favorite of as well, Ollie. You enjoyed watching them in WC?
They're a fun team.
Hmm?
You know, it's got a lot of likable personalities on it.
But yeah, not qualifying. Look, I was fairly confident they would. You know, they 7-0 Elevate as well. Honestly, if I was to bet my house that Bleed would have won, I'd be homeless right now.
Well, it's a good job it was only channel points.
Thank goodness as well.
We only condone channel points.
What if Korea's gonna have any upsets, or will everything just run the way that we have planned? Look, obviously we won't be seeing the big 2 teams play until tomorrow.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
My magnets will protect us.
Worth mentioning as well, special guests galore tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm the only one here. I'm the only one who's there. Everyone else is changing around me.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Basically, everyone, tomorrow there will be 4 people working the show. I'm the only one who will be there with 3 new people that we haven't had on yet.
Gonna be great.
Well, one person's been here, but he's not here today.
It's gonna be
10
great.
seconds left before insertion.
Well, let's get stuck into round number 1.
5 seconds to go.
BNA starting off on the defense. Monty Ban, Thatcher Ban,
Is to defuse a bomb.
Valkyrie, and an Azami. All have been removed. D+ going to be on the attack, focusing on this top floor.
Has been dropped.
It isn't the typical Amaru in through the window strategy that they are looking to opt for here. They've got a few different tools at their disposal. Do still have the Grim, the Ying, and the Capitao. I mean, this is a scary attacking lineup demo.
And this is what I would expect to see on a map like Consulate.
Every round.
Generally, I think for the very, defender-sided maps, you're looking at Consulate, you're looking at Skyscraper, for example. Best success that we see, Ollie, is teams who just cheese the attacks using, those operators, that category. Your Yings, your Grims, your Shields. However, not going to be a good start, though, for D+. As Sky, just able just to walk around downstairs inside of Visa. Just pick up JLT. He's getting his passport checked there, Ollie.
Not really where you want to be losing your Grim, is it? No potential for anyone to get in there and trade that kill. And the danger is that there's still players just out here downstairs. Roland could be in a good spot to go for a little bit of a run out there if he does choose to. This is more what we were expecting to see, this big utility exchange in and around the outside of admin upstairs. There's going to be a BP there. Now, typically the Flores drone will be used to remove that desk from the skylight, and then obviously no one can then sit into that position, and that's going to happen right about now. So I should force that defender to move on out, and slowly but surely D+ can start to take a little bit more control here, but costing them a lot of utility to do so.
Yeah, gonna have to use a few yings. Still no kills, which I think is the scary thing here for D+, in that Venom Machine position. Big swing from Damali. You see D+, Ollie, they almost use the firebolts, you know, to think, okay, Damali, I have to swing here. They're gonna try and flame me out, but they actually just baited him into going for the swing. They're sat in, you know, kind of, you know, protective positions where they're not really swinging, you know, full gung-ho. They're playing very reserved. So a nice little bait just to get him out of there. But the issue is there's still 2 smoke grenades as well, Ollie. They have to try and go through.
A lot of time to do so. 20 seconds on the clock. We see a little bit of a pop stun and a brilliant backstab from Goated. Look at him go. 2 kills on the backstab. Really opens up the site. Envy Taylor can start to get the plant down, and the defenders are scrambling. Kai not in position to do anything. Coated 4 kills. Last 2 with the pistol. Sometimes he just has one of those rounds.
Wow, great play. Great play from Coated. I mean, all on his back, because that entire admin side take, Ollie, wasn't looking too healthy. You know, wasted a lot of time. They obviously lost the Grim. They had to go through the Goyo canister. They had to go through the smokes. I mean, if Coated just dies in that initial engagement, round's done. There and then. But for Coated not only to get that first pick, but then to go on and get another free after that is... yeah, extremely impressive.
Where's the barbed wire on the stairs?
Where's the barbed wire?
Do you know what I mean? Like, how are you allowing Coated to just walk up yellow stairs? No barb, no beeper, no nothing.
You also have to credit Envy Taylor as well. You have to credit Envy Taylor in the Ying, because the way that he reacted to his teammate, rotated the diffuser right over to the other side of the site, getting that diffuser down. I think that's the other thing you have to credit as well, is the reaction time of the other players playing around Coated, making that play.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Round number 2. D+ going for a somewhat similar lineup. This time they're going to be bringing Striker. Striker, a great option for when you need a lot of different pieces of secondary utility. We'll, of course, be combining those tin openers with the thermite. Woogie Man isn't going to waste any time whatsoever. Removes that Vulcan canister off the breach with the Twitch drone. Actually manages to keep his Twitch drone alive as well. Roland going to be inside a piano right now, and this is a real difficult position to play in, but that wall's been opened in super quick fashion. I can only imagine that the shock drone got the electroclaw as well there.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a good start, I think, for D+. And I mean, you look at the take, they're not really interested in the vertical game, are they, Ollie? Not a single vertical operator, but they don't need to be. Whenever people are just swinging the breach and giving Coated 2 picks. What's the point? BNA just throwing this round away again. Another one for Coated. This guy only 7 kills in 2 rounds already. Last guy spot out as well. Can't even find an exit frag. What's going on? BNA? I know it's early for me and you, Ollie, but it shouldn't be early for these guys. They can't use that as an excuse.
You don't peek a glass, and you don't peek a glass that's being played by Coated. Another 4K for him. He's on 8 kills after 2 rounds. 3K. Excuse me. Incredible. D+, such a direct approach. Where the C4s, where the smokes. The Vulcan canisters were dealt with super early. Who's watching the drone all? Why are they not playing a mute? So many different questions. BNA are scrambling to find the answers right now.
What a game already.
Laying out the welcome mat.
I mean, already for D+, like 2 rounds in console attack. Some would say job done already.
5 seconds remaining.
But they still have another 4 attacks to go.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb. And
Really weird round. Really, really weird. BNA opting to not go for the basement again. Said they will head to that top floor. Now let's just hope, Ollie, that they have something to stop that backstab. And I'm seeing Legion, I'm seeing barbed wire, hopefully in the correct position. That's what you asked for.
Well, I mean, they had Legion last time, and I'm pretty sure they had barbed.
But they weren't placed correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if the barb has been placed. I'm not sure if the... I mean, it doesn't look like anything's been placed. Aside from one wood whoop, one beeper, one wood whoop. Try and say that fast. One wood whoop. It's like a little tongue twister. Damali. That's the player who needs to pop off here for BNA, and he's going to take Coated down. Coted's had probably the best start that you could ask for in this match. But D+ won't be too worried because, you know, whilst Coated can do it, so can the rest of them. We've seen both Woogieman and MV Taylor have similar rounds so far this stage. But again, they've lost that opening pick. Now, they lost the opening pick last time on this side, don't forget. And they still managed to convert that round into a round win. Last time it was the Grim. This time, maybe that Gridlock. But more importantly, it's the role that Coated played last time. He was on that backstab. And that was where they needed the work to happen. Roland, he's going to take MV Taylor down. The Flames, not really going to have the desired effect. Just going to zone off Roland for a brief time. Important engagement here that needs to be won by Damali, and he doesn't want to really overcommit. Conscious that admin pressure is going to be a thing. Droned out, B's in. All the utility getting thrown into him, but he's managed to slip in behind the vending machine. What a great rotation from him there, and he's going to be rewarded. Yusang had no idea that he was there. Marley, can he find the last? No, fluffs the shot, but the trade is immediate. Roland did so much work just from inside of the site there on that default plant position. BNA standing firm.
Yeah, great job there from BNA. Obviously, Damali, great rotate. You know, seeing the utility dump. He just slides back into that same position onto the shield. Don't know how D+ have let him get away with that. You know, rotating back into it. The admin take just has not been looking too healthy for D+. You know, that's twice now. So maybe they want to look at going for a different avenue if they do go back here again, which I would say they probably will take a trip back up here. So basement now again for BNA. So last time it was, you know, D+ went for a very unorthodox strategy where they brought no soft destruction at all, and it was just flooding from the one breach. Somehow that worked. You know, that shit shouldn't work, but it did. Because BNA just swung the open breach for whatever reason, whatever possessed them, I don't know. I think for D+, they're probably not going to go for that option again, which is evident by their lineup. You can see soft destruction being brought in, which is kind of what we wanted to see, you know, a little bit more typical here. You've got the Ram, you've got the Buck. Also got the Dokkaebi, so in terms of hunting roamers, shouldn't have any issue with that. Is there any roamers from BNA, though? That's the question. I'd say there'll probably be some.
I think last time Roland played inside a piano and then had to rotate back down when he realized it was a very side-focused and one-directional push. D+ not opting for that again. Instead, going to be bringing tools to deal with this Vert, and Coated catches Katsang out pretty much straight away. There's a tiny bit of setup there in Lounge as well. There could be more roamers here to find, but it's a decision now that BNA need to make. Is, are they going to try and hold on, or are they just going to dip out with the lives and look to try and hold on the site? Roland is way off and is very unlikely to make his way fully back down to the site, so probably just needs to try and waste as much time as possible. good information here being exchanged on the drone, and a great shot from Coated. Honestly, he can shoot him with his eyes closed sometimes. Info exchange there, second to none. Roland sniffed out on that top floor. Leaves Kai and KTH with a heck of a lot to do. Kai gonna go for that rotation, but just punished. KTH will find one, but with him too vacating the site, it just leaves the door wide open right now. It's gonna be Coated to finish. Bit of an overreaction there from BNA.
Yeah, just too many roamers that they just didn't need to go for. You know, I understand the idea of trying to, you know, go out and help each other in the roam, but I mean, D+ have just slaughtered them. I mean, Coated 10-1 right now, Wally. We talked about Damali and saying that, you know, this guy needs to have a, you know, a really good game today to get them over the line. I mean, Coated's like, guys, what about me? What about little old me? Did you forget who I am? No, we didn't forget. We just don't think you needed to pop off today, Coated. We just thought that the whole team could maybe do a performance. I don't know.
Yeah, we were looking for the team performance.
We don't want to see individuals from D+.
No, we do.
Come on, you guys are a big team.
The thing is, we watch a lot of Siege and we watch a lot of different players. There's something a little bit different about the way that or the top players play. And I think that watching players like Coated and Woogieman it's a different level of excitement to watching someone in EU pop off, for example, because it's a slightly different style, right?
5 seconds remaining.
I remember last week, Woogieman was hitting some unbelievable shots.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
3-1. Something needs to happen here for BNA. They need to find a way of stabilizing this game, and so far they're struggling to find a site that they can consistently get a result on.
Yeah, they go mid floor, which I think if you're struggling to hold, you know, bottom floor, you're probably going to struggle to hold the mid floor. And the reason why is for the mid floor you have to roam, similar to what you have to kind of do for the basement. You have to have a good roam game. You just can't sit in the site and just hope that, you know, the team don't go above and start ripping up the floor. That's what every attacking team's going to do. So if they can't really roam in the basement, I think they'll struggle to do so on the piano as well. 2 kills though, back and forth. Come in for BNA and straight back in again for D+, but it still comes out as a BNA win as they're up a man. 2 players left. JLT, who's taking a hefty amount of damage, but more importantly though, Ollie, is they still got Coated to deal with, and right now that guy can't put a foot wrong.
I think there's info on Damali as well. We just saw a yellow ping for JLT. The info exchange has been very good so far for D+. Now, the diffuser is going to be cold, so that's a bit of a problem that needs to be dealt with. Coated's going to look to try and make moves towards that diffuser now. JLT going to rotate around and see if they can buddy up and assist. But the ball is firmly in BNA's court, and they can keep a hold of it. Vulcan canisters on the floor as well, so Katsang can really keep himself quite safe there. Hopping from Coated. Needs to be successful right now, but Katsang hits him with the swing. Is he going to find the last? Yes, he will. JLT, he had the info. He just went for the pinch there, but just a little bit mistimed, and, well, Katsang hit his shots.
Yeah, Katsang being able to clean up house. I mean, again, for D+, they're still happy in this game. You know, free attacks is fine. They just, again, they're trying to play really fast, haven't they? I mean, these rounds have just flown by, and that's because D+ have been so frantic on just trying to get them over and done with.
Locate and defuse bombs.
So BNA, at least they get another round on the board. They will head to this top floor, and I did mention before, we could still see that again after the last time it was one, just based on the site rotations. D+, they've went for the admin take twice all in. It just has not worked. You know, the only round that they won up here was down to a backstab coming in from Coated. I think probably they maybe try and switch things up and maybe look for the yellow stairs take. I think that might do them better. I mean, based on their lineup, it looks to be that they might just go for the exact same thing again, but not really a fan of that. I think maybe you have to try and go elsewhere, because right now the admin has just been a struggle for them, especially that vending machine position. That's been the big issue.
Well, we see the last second change onto an Amaru, which usually signifies a CEO side push. As you identified, the admin side really not working for them. So maybe it is going to be something a little bit quick through CEO window. Certainly got the lineup for it, and just going to open up those windows in admin and apply a little bit of phantom pressure. JLT. I feel like there's so many kills that have been gotten through this bench's window. It's definitely one to avoid for BNA because the rotations have been, you know, really punished through that spot. Katsang rocking the 2-brow. That's a super weird choice for this site. I haven't even seen D+ have any intention on opening things. Maybe that's just a sort of preference pick for the DMR.
Blatant DMR pick.
Yeah.
I know. I can speak from from experience. Look, if you're good with the DMR, you're good with the DMR. Really, really good gun in the right hands. I mean, the good news is here for D+ is they have not gave away the first pick, which certainly been a little bit back and forth whenever you look at that top floor. It's actually the first pick going to be in favor of D+ this time around. Katsang was looking for a run out ollie, so that DMR immediately taken off. Looks to be that the defense has just gave themselves up for no reason. They've tried to go aggressive ollie whenever they really didn't need to.
Yeah, all they've got to do is play behind the utility here and try and play the vert. You can run out at a later point, but you've got to be really confident in that play. Maybe a shotgun close here for Kai to deal with. A hop in from Woogieman eventually is almost certain, but kills might come in before that is required. Yusang's had 2 already here, and is waiting for that cue to call. Another Toxic Babe canister, but time is on D+'s side right now. Look at Yusang starting to move his way through the top of yellow. He's going to miss his shots onto KTH, but it shouldn't matter too much. Still in a fantastic position, but if they keep giving them away one by one like this, it could all fall for nothing. A quick drop down there, and that will force Woogieman off planting that diffuser. But caught out on the flank. There's only one place that KTH can come from. With this plant being confirmed, it makes it a very difficult position. Well, the LMG, you can just pre-fire the angle and wait for things to happen. That's exactly what MV Taylor's going to do there. KTH not really left with too many options there.
Yeah, D+, that's the way I think you need to attack console. I think a good half from them. They've just tried to play fast. Every single attack they've went for ollie has been just that little bit of Swiss, you know?
Swiss?
Cheese.
Oh. I thought it had holes in. I
can't believe you fell for that, to be honest. It's just the way you need to play it. You know, try and play default on console. It's not ideal. You know, we've seen it, the way console has developed over the past year. Just go for it. You know, just take the operators that are just really difficult to deal with. You know, Ying and Grim and Kabatow ollie were like just constant additions to that lineup nearly every round. And it worked really well for them. So BNA, onto the attack. This is where now they're kind of going uphill now, and they have to go against the defense. What I love as well from D+ is straight away bringing in a Clash. Clash is actually really good in the current meta. You know, whenever the operators I mentioned, you know, your Grim, your Ying, Kabatow, the shields, all of that jazz. One thing about those operators is as soon as the utility is used, the attackers have to move. You know, you can't just use the utility because then it'll be wasted. So you need to play off that utility every single time. Clash is great. Utility comes in, Clash can just stall out the utility, can stall out the Candela effect, can stall out the bees. Just keeps the attackers at bay, stops the attackers from moving off that aggression. So yeah, I'm loving the fact that D+ have just chose it straight away.
Something that fits their playstyle as well quite nicely, I think. D+ often strike me as that team, especially inside a career, that like to control both the attack and the defense. The Clash really allows you to zone control quite well. Pretty rapid roam play going on here from Katsang as he's on the blitz. He can afford to move quite quickly through this mid floor. Can call piano as clear and to turn his attention toward yellow stairs. Have a Brava. Nice counter to a couple of the operators that have been chosen by the defenders. You've got Maestro Evil Eye cameras. You've got the Cade Claw. You've also got those laser gates. Well, the stun coming in could spell not quite disaster, but likely that the breach will be open now. That Cade Claw has reactivated though. Not sure if the Evil Eye camera has been hacked. It is flashing up blue, so that could be used to get rid of that Cade Claw.
Actually, we could hack the clash shield.
Well, what would happen?
Just disables it, which I think would be really good. Give
Yeah,
out
just
the
like
EMPs being the
an
only
EMP
counter.
effect. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Again, Ollie, I don't know why we don't have jobs in the development. You know, we should be doing the boss and the nerfs.
Because we've got no idea what it involves. That's why.
Yunsign up against it as they're all going to try and push him. But again, this is where I'm saying the clash is just great, Ollie. You can't do that with any other operator. Look, the Blitz completely nullified. Cannot get through that clash. Cannot get into Yellow Pillar where he wants to be. During is that there and bash away at the clash. But look at this. Maestro, tasered, gunshots. Oh, poor little Sang.
That thing's died from... He got
Everything.
finished off by MB Taylor, but he died from a clash and a Maestro camera. He was just getting chipped down. Roland's on 20 HP. There's 20 seconds left. And really, BNA have gained nothing there. Maestro camera is doing the biz. Woogie Man, he's just playing, he's playing a game within a game right now. So much information available. Where's the vert?
Look at their
You
HP.
just
Look
get
at
rid
the
of-
HP.
Just do the vert. Everyone's just gonna perish.
Out of time.
I've never seen a clash do that much damage.
I have never seen a round like that before in my life. Never. I mean, great combo. Absolutely horrendous combo to deal with. I mean, that's like scum combo, is it not? You've got... So you're trying to run into the breach. You're then getting tased by Clash, who's going to slow you. While also your damage. And then you're also going to get zapped by the Evil Eye. And you can't run up to the Evil Eye and hit it because you're moving at 1 mile an hour because you're being slowed.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
They were desperate for an EMP there.
I mean, that's the one thing that
It's
literally
the
counters
only
all of
thing
that.
that saves it.
You need EMPs. You bring EMPs there, Flash doesn't do anything, Maestro doesn't do anything. And that push works.
5-2. D+. They're looking like they fancy a quick day here. Or at least a quick map 1. Don't forget, this is BNA's map choice. Typically in a best of 3, the general rule of thumb is win your own map and the decider. BNA aren't really showing us any good reason as to why they've picked Consulate so far.
Attackers must locate and
D+
defuse
have had the
bombs.
upper hand in the majority of these rounds. Even the couple that BNA got away with, it's been down to not luck, but just sort of unusual circumstance. No timeout either, Demo.
No. Surprised, to be honest. I think BNA after that round, they needed to almost kind of check the mental a little bit, because that's a bit of a tilting round, you know, to lose in that fashion is, yeah, gonna annoy you. So D+, gonna be opting into their roam game for their mid floor. BNA, the lineup. Again, a little bit more, I would say, default more than anything, but all I've said before, I'm not a fan of this. You know, personally, I just don't think there's enough disruption here to really panic any of the D+ players. The D+ just sit up here, hold their angles, play their crosses, play their trades. Don't have to worry about getting yinged or grimmed. It takes a lot of pressure, I think, off, you know yourself, Ollie, playing against the defense and you know there's a ying and a grim against you. You know straight away that, yeah, it's going to cause you issues. It's that mental game, isn't it?
I mean, there's going to be occasions when you can't move and there's going to be occasions when you can't see. Whereas this lineup, you sort of look at it and go, where's the bite?
I may get twitched. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's just a bit stale, isn't it? Oh, lion scan. I'll stand still for 3 seconds. No worries.
Oh, but lion scan into a Flores drone. Oh, great combo.
Dropping like flies. Yusang and Woogie Man. First 2 through the breach. Is everything going to go down in a 1 versus 1 here? Because these are just gunfights being won straight up by D+. They are just better on the draw right now. Roland. Sharks are circling. Second flawless round of the map, potentially. There it is. JLT to finish off. Map point right here for D+. That attack. I mean, can you even call it an attack?
It's shooting fish in a barrel. Essentially what it is. I mean, just BNA, I just... There's nothing there. Look at the scoreboard. It is a big difference. Obviously, Coated is playing out of his skin. Damali, someone who we look at, Ollie, we literally hyped him up. He's 2-7. And this is the effect of BNA that we mentioned. If Damali ain't there, the team's done.
I love the Damali monitor setup. It's up there. It's in the Hall of Fame for monitor setups, isn't it?
Bottom middle? Who's that? Why are we looking into heaven? What is that? Is that the stairway to heaven up there? What is that?
I think that's the light that you're not going to go toward.
Oh.
Late timeout as well, in all reality, because
Yep.
D+ need 1 round now. BNH really thinking a timeout's going to give them 4 clean rounds.
Always feels like you're very always critical at the timeouts, aren't you?
Well,
Like, that's the one thing you always feel is like, yeah, you have to take it here. Oh, why are you taking it now? Like, I feel as though if you were in a coach, it feels like you'd probably nail it, wouldn't you, every time? You'd have a good success rate, do you think?
Well, I just think you've got to get the most out of it. It's a tool there to be used, and the likelihood of you being able to shift things enough at this point is slim. But if you use it a little bit earlier, then maybe you've got more of a chance for it to make an impact. I don't know. Maybe I do look too much into it.
10 seconds remaining.
I do just question it, and especially when D+ have then just had 45 seconds to discuss how they're going to win the round.
Attackers are moving.
I think it's a little bit less impactful if you're on the defense and the opponent takes the timeout, because there's not too much that you can sort of decide. You can, you maybe play, I'll play a Scopos and, we'll just try and slow them down sort of thing. But it's the attack really where you can formulate a plan.
Well, I like the lineup. This is more like it. This is what I wanted to see, and it's going to be just a very classic yellow drop in with the shield, move in towards connector. That's the idea. No Warden to play against as well. So Blitz should just be, pretty good operator in this scenario. Oil canister, though, may cause a bit of an issue. They may have to try and get rid of that first with the nades that they have on board, which they do have 6 of them, Ollie, and they've already used 4 of them. So it's only going to be a matter of time before this push does come in from BNA. But the main focal point is just where they're going to send the Blitz. Is it going to be Yellow Skylight? Is it maybe going to be in bathroom window? What is the option for them? What are they, what's the avenue of approach here? They don't have a lot of flashes, Ollie, which is really the scary thing. I think you kind of need flashes, to make this attack work. That's really what they're lacking here.
Yusang caught in the B at the moment. Will be given the option to hop over, but immediately taken out there by Katsang. The trade's there, though. Woogieman doesn't have a gun or a camera at the moment, but he's still getting the job done. JLT deals with Katsang there. They knew his location, and what a play from MV Taylor. Brave move to expose himself like that. Cohen sending him outside. I think that tells you all you need to know right now. D+ very confident and comfortable in their current position. Kai on 14 HP. Bless him, he's got the diffuser. The floor's open underneath of him. And Woogieman just going to jump himself outside. The second kill that he gets from down in this yellow stair area. D+, a very convincing win in map number 1. 7-2. BNA, they've got some work to do.
Yeah, good, strong start for D+. Not even their map pick as well. Don't forget the map pick still to come. Yeah, Consulate was always going to be an uphill battle. I always felt for BNA, just based on map preference for both teams. D+ haven't been allowed to play Consulate, but they've always wanted to go here, and for good reason. They look good on it here today. So yeah, good start for them. 1-0 up. Chalet to come. Is it going to be the 2-0? Let's find out.
We'll find out after this.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1v1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Frida has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel?
Well, we're here back a little bit earlier maybe than we expected, especially given how fast that second half went. But a 1-0 scoreline so far for D+. They're leading into this best of 3, having just played BNA's map pick as well. And I think BNA starting out on the defense, it was, I mean, that was okay. It was maybe not so much as what I hoped to see from them there at the very start. But afterwards, it just seemed like it was so difficult for them to come back.
Just very one-sided game, to be honest with you, Anne. I mean, it speaks to some of the games that we've seen earlier in the stage here in Korea. D+ outperforming BNA in every category, it's fair to say. I mean, Coated getting 8 kills in the first 2 rounds, certainly, or 7 kills in the first 2 rounds, certainly didn't help matters at all. It didn't help BNA's case. No one going positive on the side of BNA. Gunfights just consistently being lost. And it didn't even matter if BNA got the entry, because Coated were all, you know, Coated and Co, as you could say, were all over it. D+ did a really good job of fighting from behind today, and I think, you know, some of these little mini games are getting a nice little view of that one there. That was, I know, a round that was, you know, maybe one of the stranger rounds that we've seen in the Clash and the Maestro Evli cameras doing a lot of the hard work. But I think it just goes to show how much D+ was sort of playing with the food in this one.
Yeah, I think D+ were fairly happy with going to Consulate. They understood the way that you need to play on the attacks. It's just try and scam a few rounds, play those operators. The first round on the garage defense for D+, I thought was just genius. You know that then BNA are going to have to go aggressive. We're going to have to try and play the same strategy. The Clash and Maestro combination was just superb. You know, it really was. Look, Thatcher completely upsets that strat, but there was no Thatcher, so it works a charm. So all credit to D+. They understood the map. BNA, big risk going there. Maybe you look back and think, maybe they should have went with Clubhouse.
I think that round 7 was a very clear story as well. You briefly mentioned it, and we saw it in the replay as well. It was a bit of a chip damage threat, as we could see with that Meister with the Clash. It was really difficult for BNA to pinch through that on all of their attacks, really. So one player that really played a huge part in this map, we already said it, Coated 7 kills in those first 2 rounds, and then continued to step up afterwards as well. A really good EPS. I mean, we're seeing the 13 and 5 KD. Bit of a lower cost, though, I'd say. I mean, if you've stepped up so much, the cost doesn't really add up to it, in my opinion.
Well, I think the problem is he got nearly half of his kills in 2 rounds, didn't he? So the contribution in the other rounds is maybe not there as much. You can only hit cost in a round once, so you can have a great round, but then if you don't have another good couple of rounds, it's a bit of a problem, isn't it? His contribution was there no matter what. And it you know, cost it's not a flawed metric, but it doesn't always tell the whole story. I certainly would bet that Coated got his team fired up with those first couple of rounds and really started that train moving, and then, you know, D+ as a unit just smashed through everything else.
He was great. You know, I think that initial round where he went for that backstab, that first round, just set his team up from there. Because they weren't looking good, you know, from the get-go. That, let's be honest, the first round did not work at all for D+. The admin take was shoddy. Coated had to step in there, goes for just a very simple backstab and finds 4 kills from it. You know, and it's the little things where, you know, games like this, especially in best of threes, momentum is key. And to start things off well, in that fashion, just set them up for that momentum.
That's really important. I mean, if Coded and D+ can continue this form and this momentum, then it might be a very, very quick game, especially given that we're going to Chalet next. And when that was the initial matchup, we saw how that went down, a 7-2 for D+. So BNA, they got a couple of minutes, but they have to come up with something to try and surprise or perform or improve, on Chalet coming up next, because they really need it if they don't want this game to slip away from them. We have a bit of a break though, and after we're back, we'll be heading into Chalet, our map 2 of this best of 3.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Managing to find the kill.
Back for our second map here on Chalet. It's going to be our second map, as we said, going into this best of 3. The question is if BNA can come back or if D+ can make this a very quick map. The predictions say D+ might win it out on this map, but we'll see if BNA can come back here on our second map, Chalet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. As Anna's just said there, second map of the series, Chalet. We're going to be getting underway very shortly. Ying and a Deimos to be removed. BNA. Do you think they can ban coated demo? Maybe that'd help them.
They can try. But yeah, look, it's always going to be an uphill battle, just based on how the first map went. I think overall for D+ going into this, they'll be very happy with the map selection. You know, they get console, which they'll be happy on. The fact that they now get to pick into Chalet. Again, another map they look good on. They beat BNA here on it. BNA haven't looked too great on it. They'll just sit them down to a T. And even the way that D+ have been playing, I mean, look, we've seen on console, you know, with the backstab there from Coated on the attack worked the charm. BNA cannot have any holes in the machine at all. You know, if you leave that gap open for players like Coated, they'll take advantage of it. So they need to make sure that the backstabs get shut down here today.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, Chalet, bit of a tricky map to be coming into,
Attackers have located
especially
a
after
bomb.
the way that the first one went. Not too long of a break either, so no real time for D+ to cool down, and arguably not any time for BNA to heat up. They're going to be relying on what they're able to do in the server right now. Taking us to Bar and Games for our first site here. BNA will be starting off on the defense. That isn't as if it's going to be, you know, too much of a benefit to him necessarily, Demo, because D+'s attacks on the previous map of Chalet were fantastic.
Yeah, they were.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Just looking at the lineup again for a Bar and Games. I mean, it's a good lineup. I think maybe you'd be looking for a little bit more in terms of the crouch walk department. Maybe you want another trap opera in there, but I suppose you're bringing in 4 sets of barbed wire, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Look, you still have the Banshees there as well. Bravo obviously being brought in as that counterplay against those Banshees, which you have to be careful of. I mean, this is, again, that argument, you know, the 2 trap operators that are really, you know, the most popular. Now, if we think about the trap operators, what, Frost, Thorn, Ella, Legion, Lucy, those are like the 5, aren't they? Am I missing a trap operator? I think that's it, isn't it?
Oh, you mentioned Capcam.
Capcan, but again, he's more of a kill operator than like stop them. I think if you look at like Legion as Melusi as the main 2, I think Legion's superior, just the fact that his gadget can't be hacked. I think that's a really strong thing going for him compared to the Banshees.
Gonna be on the fuse this time. Great side for fuse. You can deploy those cluster charges and destroy and displace.
Look at the pacing, by the way.
They're moving fairly quickly. Roland's not in a bad spot right now, though, to be fair. Information gathering now from JLT.
Oh, I've got Fenrir as well. There's another one. Again, can still be hacked.
There's a couple of players off site right now, and if they pick a good time to strike, they might be able to do something about this, but KTH is the man with the pressure on him, and the drop comes through, and he's dealt with. Coated. He's going to find him, Damali. Has he got the angle onto the plant? Yes, he does, but it doesn't matter. Yusan comes off, and JLT cleans up. Really nice timed hop in there. The vision was there for BNA. They were so close to stopping all of that in its tracks, but D+, they just had the angles covered.
Well, D+, I mean, right from the get-go, Ollie, they've just walked in upstairs. No contest at all from BNA. And it's as easy as that. I mean, once you get top floor control on the mid-floor bomb site within 1 minute, chalked already. Like, it is, just go next. I mean, BNA have just allowed D+ just to walk where they want to. And that's what they cannot allow to happen. Just huge gaps all over the defense.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Basement. Brave move going down here. Considering that you don't have the Tabaro, and Thatcher is going to be up, so if you have any ideas of maybe going for a K trick, probably not going to work if the EMPs are on the board. No Thatcher per se, but they still do have an IQ and the impact EMP combination. Only as good as a Thatcher, let's be honest, it still does the job. And certainly from kind of lineup from D+, they're going to be looking just for, I think, just a very basic trench stake. You know, you don't see any soft destruction, so going in above isn't going to be the play. They might look to try and open up in towards Snowmobile if they want to, just to give that, you know, that kind of almost phantom pressure that you would like to have. and then go, you know, for the main side, pushing in through wine. Maybe after roamers as well, because Damali is on a roam game at the moment. He has got a bit of a setup as well in towards game, so E+, be aware of that. Got the Dokkaebi though. You can just deploy a logic bomb at any moment and should be able to scare him off, but looks as though the logic bomb is not needed as Damali already down to the bottom stairs. Casting the only roamer left up, but he himself will also take a trip downstairs too. So all the roamers are going to be back in sight. This clash though, Wally, how are they going to get through this?
Well, they're going to have to find something, aren't they? The clash was, of course, something that D+ used to great effect. Nice to see BNA opting to bring that as well here. They're just going to be looking to get that hatch open for the time being. Try and remove the electroclaw from below and then free up the hatch to be opened with those Excaros pellets. At the same time as that, the breach is going to be going off, so Kai held on for a couple of minutes with those electroclaws. But still, with that big gaping hole, it kind of locks him into his position there on those main stairs. Now if pressure can come in from Trench as well, it's almost the perfect trifecta. D+ at the moment doing a good job of operating in different areas of the map, but we've got a tough challenge on their hands. Kai gives himself up. He doesn't need to be playing in front of the clash there. He was in a really pressured position. But he could have wasted so much more time. Coated inside a connector. He's just going to ignore the clash. JLT's found success elsewhere. Clash now down from MV Taylor. And the kills keep coming. Roland going to try and stop this plant from going down, but I'm not even sure if he's aware it's happening. Maybe it's just that there's nothing he can do. Tucked into blue. And MV Taylor is going to find the last.
This is too easy, isn't it? It shouldn't be this easy. Like, there is just... There's no fight back at all from BNA. Look at D+. Really, what did they do that put pressure onto the side of D+ there? What did BNA do?
Not a great deal.
Like, they just sat back, let them open up all the walls. There wasn't even, like, vertical pressure either. It was just very weird. And the thing is as well with D+, the way that they set up there, Ollie, a lot of their players were by themselves. Like, it was very individual from D+. It just so happened that all the individuals ended up getting their kills. They need to take advantage of that. I mean, look at that on the stairs, for example, for that first kill. MV Taylor just sat on the stairs against the clash. The K comes over shore, but the clash then leaves the Cade, and the Cade loses the engagement. And MV Taylor's by himself as well. Don't forget, he's by himself.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, 2-0 for D+ right now. And again, they're showing no signs of slowing down. Still BNA scrambling to find a site that they can defend. Get a few rounds on the defense here with.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
We've got an Amari being brought right now.
In for solar, surely?
As well.
Surely in for solar.
Quite possibly.
Up the hatch.
Looks like they want to try and focus this player at the bottom of West Main. Something that D+ have done really well in this game already, and to some degree on Consulate, is their ability to operate in different areas of the map. Everyone's doing the job.
Give themselves a lot of options, don't they? Even if something goes wrong, they can maybe, okay, let's go for option 2 because we know this guy's got this control.
But someone's already halfway through option 2. You know, it's just really...
Yeah, they react really well to each other, don't they?
Really good team play at the moment.
They're going to take a bit of time here, just figuring out what they want to go for. Again, give themselves options. I mean, look at Coated. It's going to be up the hatch, Ollie. Coated is going to be downstairs, inside of Wine Cellar, ready to go with that diffuser. The Blitz is going to be jumping in through Trophy. Try and create that bit of chaos. Hopefully everyone else will try and jump in on that. I mean, KTH, he is aware that somebody's lurking towards those windows right beside him. Damali actually ends up taking MV Taylor down, as, again, this is what BNA needed to do. Individualize these engagements. D+ have been playing, you know, very individual. You need to try and take these solo kills where they come.
Oh dear. We might be about to see it right now. Damali, though, he's aware of it. Second kill on the round and only now traded out. The diffuser can be recovered, but no one else can zip through the hatch the same way as Amaru can. JLT has to try and move through. He's actually successful in getting into trophy there. That's probably one of the hardest jobs done. But he needs Yusang to come to his aid right now. He knows that there's a player tucked in behind that dining table. He does have the kit. The benefit at the moment that D+ have got is time. Yusang, is he going to be able to provide the distraction? Yes, he is. JLT keeps on moving. There's a chance to get this plant down now. It's an equal 2 versus 2. The cover just has to be there. Katsang looking to move through, but doesn't have the info. JLT. What a round from him.
Wow. I mean, it's just one of those situations where it's a great 2v2. You know, I wouldn't say that BNA played that entirely bad. I just think D+ played it a lot better. You know, the way that they knew that they had to go for that player inside of dining, the guy who was by himself inside of site. You pinch him out, and the whole site just gets opened up for you. I mean, JLT obviously had to make some pretty mad dashes as well, where, again, the initial plan didn't really work for D+. But you mentioned before, even if, you know, the first plan doesn't work, they have enough options. They've spread themselves around the map well enough that they can fall back in those options.
Bomb located by attackers.
Razor wire up.
It was a great 2v2, but it did start out as a 4 versus 2. BNA, you just get the feeling they can't put a foot right. KTH, Kai, Katsang, all have 0 kills moving into round number 4. Again, it's a shame, but it's just coming down to gunfights, isn't it? The strategy could be whatever it wants to be.
Attackers objective is
Gunfights are just getting won by one side and lost by another consistently. Then Damali, Roland, maybe the only 2 players that have shown any sign of life.
Yeah,
I think
somewhat.
Katsang maybe had a bit of an opportunity on Consulate. He had a couple of rounds, but nothing mega.
I mean, the kills don't lie again, isn't it? And I mean, look, you had to deal with Coated and Consulate, and now you've dealing with JLT and Chalet.
Yeah.
It's not helpful for them whatsoever. D+ just carrying over that momentum, and it just doesn't look as though this game's going to go any which way. I mean, JLT, look, Ollie, he's actually getting out of his chair as we speak. Look at the webcam. Actually playing with no hands.
Just playing with his mind.
That's it. He's Professor
Imagine how
X in
good
this.
you'd be. Imagine how good you'd be if you could play with your mind.
I know some people who wouldn't be that good. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that. I think I've probably named the people who'd be worse than better. I mean, Tavali, just trying to get stuck in, Ollie. Opening pick for him. This team need to try and capitalize on this. Looks as though maybe they will, because this is brilliant crossfires being established by BNA. Roland not only protecting his teammate in Kai, who is tucked in that suicide position, but even picks up his own kill. There's that 51 window elsewhere, so it's looking good now for BNA to try and take their first round win, but again, Ollie, they've been in this position before. 2 versus 4.
Well, it's looking a little bit better this time. They've still got real key positions being occupied, and D+ haven't been able to really get themselves even into the building yet. Got players just wistfully challenging the big window that moves into the site. Damali, he's hungry for it. It's going to be Kai to find the last. We'll hop up the ladder there. I mean, you basically just gifted yourself on a plate, haven't you? We added a repel option onto that one for that very reason. Good to see that BNA are able to pick up a round. Finally, we see them converting that opening pick, because that's somewhere that D+ have worked really well from behind. They haven't had the opening pick in a lot of these matchups, in a lot of these rounds. But they've still been able to convert that into a round win from behind. And the clutch factor's definitely been there. Is this a glimmer demo of hope maybe for BNA?
It's a long way to start seeing them really put the heat on the D+. I think one round ain't gonna really do a lot to stumble D+. They can go straight into their basement attack now, knowing that bars can be locked off. So, yeah, I think a little bit early on before we start saying, yeah, they're back. I don't know if BNA are back. I don't know if D+ are going to allow them to get back. Because D+, they've just looked on top for the majority of the series so far. I think just in terms of the kills, that's the key thing. You know, you look on the side of BNA, still 2 players yet to get a kill after 4 rounds. I mean, Kai's only just got a kill with 1. Whereas D+, everyone's been able to get onto the scoreboard. Some more than others, of course. Look at the lineup. We've got a Kali, we've got a Glaz coming in, so double snipers, Ollie. Don't see that all too often. Kali's going to be used to see if she can try and pick away the Electro Claws, and that will be done successfully. Another Cade is going to be attempted, but that should not catch the Thermite charge. No, never mind, it does. Time to perfection there from Kai. D+, maybe need to try and time that a little bit better. Surprised to let that one slip, to be honest.
This wall could prove a little bit more difficult than originally anticipated. That Electroclaw active once again. Nothing else really to deal with it. D+ could be forced into a slightly different approach right now. Fortunately, Yusang recognizes that the timing was a little bit off. Don't think we got the Electroclaw. And he's going to keep hold of that exothermic charge. There is still, of course, the Hibana pellets. Look at how much time that soaked up, Demo. This is exactly what BNA needed to be doing.
Oh no, Roland wastes such a sloppy kill by positioning himself in front of that hatch. Damali, though, with 2. There we go. That's the player that we were expected to see. D+ didn't want to see pop up. Hi, though. An aggressive challenge, Ollie, onto the stairs. Gets themselves down because of it. Needless there from Kai to almost try and undo all the hard work that Damali's been able to put in.
Yeah, he's really giving himself away there for pennies on the dollar. Woogie Man. And see if there's anything to be found. Damali's still hanging around inside of Bar and Games. I think they're aware that someone's off site, but they don't exactly know where right now. 30 seconds. Woogie Man getting himself into a bit of a skirmish. Cat's going to make that rotation downstairs. Kai has been picked up, so dangerous time really for D+ because they've got a long way to go for this execute. And Damali, they had an inkling that someone was hanging around up here, but I don't think that Coated knew exactly where he was, or Woogie Man, excuse me. Damali is, this is what we need him to pop off for. He's a round winner. He's surely going to win the round here and now. The time going to do the most of the work. Coming close on the kills, but Damali keeping his position strong. Getting it over the line for BNA.
Yeah, great job. Again, Damali, player that we look towards, as we always do. Able to make those kills happen upstairs and really slowing that approach. See now if BNA can try and almost salvage the half with an even split here. I mean, D+, if they get 1 round of 4-2 split, yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good considering they get to then go on the defense where BNA on Consulate just did not look up for it. So yeah, quite big round going into things. D+, I thought maybe they were going to say, okay, maybe Monty's going to be the way forward, which again makes a lot of sense, Ollie. We know how strong Monty is at the moment. But no. They fought against that this time. Get upstairs hold with the castle as well. So, I think probably the first and foremost thing that D+ need to assess is the roamers above. You know, we know, Ollie, you cannot attack this bomb site if the defenders have vertical pressure upstairs. You can't plant it in that site. Everything's going to be opened above.
Yeah, you've got to go for that clear, haven't you? Sure that will be on D+'s mind right now. You can see their lineup suits a bit of a roam clear. Got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Grim. Deimos is banned, so no Deimos death marks this game, but still got plenty of tools to try and root those roamers out. One thing that they are lacking a little bit is in the soft destruction category. They've obviously got the book, but it puts a lot of pressure on Coated and those skeleton key charges. And if anything happens to him, then it gets quite tricky then to open up that flooring. Oh, you sang through the big window, through the floor. This could be a great lineup. Oh, Kai, I feel like you should have gone for it. You might still. Brilliant sixth sense there from Yusang. Obviously, here's the C4 rip. Sound travels through the floor a lot better when it's opened. Katsang, he is going to confirm that kill onto Coated, and that's what I was saying, Demo, about that skeleton key. I mean, it's not even like they've got into top floor to use it yet.
Mm-hmm. I think BNA are just able just to hold strong right now. Is E+ are certainly taking their foot off the pedal a little bit, and they're kind of dragging behind. Expect a little bit more from them here, but they are struggling these past 3 rounds now. It's evident to see. E+, in terms of what they want to do, try and get that pick back, which they have been able to find. Woogieman has supplied it. And it is going to be an even man count. Logic Bomb also going in. I'm going to try and turn their attention just to try and walk into sight, but as we know, that doesn't work. Not going to work with those players above, but they're going to go for it nonetheless. Play off the Logic Bomb. In goes JLT. Exact same window he went in last time he was down here. Is he going to maybe try and approach the upstairs section? Who knows? Woogieman, though, no, he's going to be the one going upstairs. He actually climbed up the ladder outside of West Main, Ollie, and was able to pick a kill, and JLT with another, and Woogieman out of nowhere, Ollie, a triple for him, Ollie. He saved the round.
I love the death animation there on the Azami as well, just getting pinned mid-air. D+, not only are they winning the give me rounds, but they're also winning the rounds that it looks like they shouldn't. JLT, huge round from him, huge attacking half from him, really. 4-2 split. That's a round that BNA should be walking away with, but I feel like in the context of what's already happened, it just feels a bit like they're already beaten, Demo.
You got to win those rounds, don't you? You have to win them in a 4v3. And really, there wasn't anything there for D+. They didn't have a lot of utility. They had a Logic Bomb and a few flashes. That's really it. They had no presence upstairs. All 3 of the attackers were outside, Ollie, before that kill came in from Woogieman that really set off a chain reaction. They were all outside. No mat pressure whatsoever. And BNA, I would say they've kind of got themselves into a bad habit where they're over swinging stuff for no reason.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, it's an overreaction, isn't it? They're on the defense at the end of the day. They should just be looking to waste time. You don't want to go toe-to-toe with D+. Just burn them out. 4-2 at the change of the half. D+ going to be going downstairs for their first defense right now. Slightly different lineup to the lineup that we saw BNA rocking as well. They're going to be bringing the Bandit this time. BNA were very much a Cade kind of team. And the Cade was successful. It did we got a little bit of Cade tricking going on. We got D+ being forced into different operators to try and deal with those electric claws. In terms of trying to deal with the Bandit trick, you've got the Ram. Obviously, you can look to rip open the floor and remove the ability for Bandit to be able to play next to that wall and get the trick off. There is no EMPs or anything of that nature to assist that. Oh dear. Couple of kills flying in straight away. We've got an army roaming on the top floor. They need to get back down to site pretty sharp, but it's not going to matter too much. There are only 3 attackers remaining, and well, BNA again, not really done much. Have they gotten anything out of the Hibana yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think BNA struggling to get back into this round. But they're going to go for the vertical angles as best as they can, and this does open up a potential plant ollie towards the metal cabinet at main stairs if they can get the diffuser rotated towards that is. You're still going to have to go through, you know, the Goyos and the smokes and even a C4 from the bandit also that can stop that plant going in, and they don't have a great amount of time here. They only have the minute. Mali is going to be in that main stairs position, but again, the diffuser isn't going to be in the hands of the player who really needs it. I mean, Damala, if he wants to try and push down the main stairs, he needs to have that diffuser to go for that plant. And in KT8, sure, he can try and run in and plant towards green bins, but that's like the most default plant position in the map. And everyone and their grandmother's going to know how to play around that position. Oh, a C4, NV Taylor, how has that killed Damali, by the way?
He must have gone through the floor.
He was on the stairs. It looked like Damali was on the stairs for me, no?
Well, I think he was, but I think the C4's gone up through the floor. I have no idea. Smokes, they're going to choke out Kai. He's not able to get in. KTH going to be at the top of those main stairs. Toxic Babe canisters, still 2 in pocket, and there's 10 seconds left. JLC's got a Vulcan canister in his pocket, for goodness sake. They don't even need all of the utility to win these rounds. D+, they are running away with this fixture. Very, very easily could be another 7-2.
I mean, it's kind of hurtling towards that way, isn't it? If you actually look at the last time they played each other on Chalet during that first playday, D+ took a 5-1 split against them on defense.
Wow.
5-1 split. And D+ have already got 4 attacks. This is the good half for them has only just started, Ollie. That's the scary thing about it. I just don't see it going any other way. I just don't.
Yeah, BNA, I mean, their attacking win percentage is around between sort of 30 and 40%. It's like 36, 37, something like that. So they're not an attacking team. We're not expecting them to come out here and win a load of attacking rounds. It'd really be a big surprise if they get, 4 rounds here and get onto a match point without D+ doing anything about it. KTH, Kai, and Katsang have still got 3 kills between them. It is, as we've said, and it feels like reductive analysis, but if players aren't winning gunfights, then there's not a lot else that you can call for. At its core, Siege is a shooter. There's fancy utility, there's fancy mechanics and interactions, but if you're not setting yourself up to win those gunfights, what can you do?
I think just hope and pray, isn't it? A
Just
little bit of
hope.
hope.
One.
That's it. A little bit of hope. Oh boy. Here we go. BNA. See if they can clear out these roamers. Station towards the fireplace and in towards library and everything that you would expect to see on this hold. Izami, always a tricky thing to go through, as we know, towards that library. No mirror, though, which has been banned by BNA. Put them out specifically for this bomb site. Certainly, probably this has to be the best bomb site for Mira that we have on Chalet. But being banned away will make things a little bit easier. Mali with the DMR ready to rip through those Kiva barriers at any given notice. Flashbangs go in, and never mind, Damali's not going to look to rip open the castle, the barricades of the Izamis. Instead, Ollie going to try and rip open Code himself.
He's going to be successful in doing that. We have seen D+ fight quite well from behind, and BNA unsuccessful in converting that opening pick. A lack of info. Woogieman, not sure how or why he was there with the barricade up behind him. It was looking like a bit of a death sentence, and that was confirmed. Couple of C4s left for D+ here. Potential information. We can see players flicking cams, but that C4 is going to get blown up pretty much straight away for no avail. Info on the site for B&H as well. It's a minute to try and hold on right now. You'd like to fancy B&A's chances at the moment. We've seen JLT have a good map so far. He's triple positive right now at 9-3. BNA just trying to work this vert. They know that they've got the time to be playing with right now. JLT, he's been able to get himself out of the site. That's a crucial position.
Oh.
Here's the drone. Gets a little bit lucky there and is able to take down Roland. Kai, he falls to Envy Taylor. Still work for JLT to do, but it's very possible now. Vulcan canisters could be cutting him off. He's already made the cross, though.
No
and
way.
I don't think Katsang's got any idea. He finds KTH as well. JLT. What a series this player's having. What a map he's having.
Oh,
shouldn't be winning
word.
those.
Timing, blessed by the gods, Ollie. There's no, that probably one of the best timings I think I've ever seen. First of all, catches the guy on the drone on the stairs, right? Great timing to catch this. The fact that he's been able to move his way into bar where the diffuser's being planted and just gets the perfect timing as Katsang's coming to hold the diffuser being planted, he's already crossed in. Like, it's just sheer timing from him. That's all it is.
I don't know why they planted there.
I thought, personally,
I feel like you got default.
I thought the ace was going to rotate into games and then plant inside of games.
Yeah, you go big window.
Don't know why he's planted bar there.
Yeah.
You have connector control.
Well, Chuck, another clutch up for JLT. Another 3 kills for him there in that previous round. And now map and series point here for D+. They are looking at getting this one done very quickly indeed. 7-2 on our first map, Consulate. And it's looking like a 7-2 here on Chalet, unless BNA can do something to pull things around. Timeout hasn't been used this time. Do they feel like it's just too far gone, Demo?
Probably.
Oh, there we go. I mean, Damali's swinging.
Here's the thing.
He's not going down without a fight. He's 13-6.
They've got the opening pick, but BNA have not filled me with a lot of confidence in terms of actually being able to close out the man advantages. That's where they've really struggled. I mean, this does look like a bit of a lash-out round. Let's be honest, BNA are just trying to just lost their way through the entire map by themselves individually. Just pick up the kills. I mean, look at this. That Woogie Man now is trying to run away from. There was a hit squad out to get him. Where'd you come from?
Coated to the rescue.
What?
Here he goes. As quickly as 2 kills were found
I'm saying.
for the attackers. 2 kills are found for Coated and more.
Unbelievable.
Woogie Man, he's going to find Kai. Envy Taylor adds on to the pain. D+ have fought so well from behind here today. And this round is no exception. KTH will find one. There's a minute 45 on the clock. He's in a 1 versus 3 and he has the diffuser. D+ are hungry for it. He's going to try and flash out and see if he can get anything going. Takes Envy Taylor, but dealt with on the trade. D+ putting up there when it matters. And Woogie Man to close things out. 7-2, 7-2. D+ successful today.
Yeah, D+, straight to business. This is obviously the business end of the stage where these games are the ones that really matter. These are the ones that count. And they take a very clean victory. 7-2, 7-2 in the series. They move on now, Ollie, to face off against Fear X tomorrow. That'll be a great game. But for BNA, just couldn't close things out. I mean, it was very one-sided today.
It really was, and I think they'll probably watch that back and be a little bit disappointed with how it went. A lot of man advantages there have been squandered, and they've just left the door open for D+ to clutch, and they had a lot of fun doing it today. You could tell a lot of players really performing, and that's what you need when you're coming into the playoffs. You need these big players to step up, and that's what D+ had today. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with Anne, break down that game, and set us up for our next best of 3.
They've traded places, but Rene has that one extra little bit to tie him.
tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es...
After a quick best of 3, we are back with D+ progressing in that playoffs bracket. They still have a chance of making it to the major for BNA. Unfortunately, have to go through the LCQ. They still want to book themselves a ticket to that major, but I'm not sure if anyone set a timer for this match. It might be contesting for the fastest best of 3 we have ever seen across the whole worldwide of Rainbow Six Siege, because a 7-2 and a 7-2, a very dominating result we saw here from D+ again. And one thing I really liked is I heard you two talk about, oh, you know, D+ are winning the rounds they should be winning, they're also winning the rounds they shouldn't be winning, and then we saw round 8 where JLT got the 1v2. It was a 2v4 I think to begin with, and I sat here thinking to myself, yep, that's a great example of a round that they shouldn't have won, but they still got away with it.
Yeah, JLT was the standout really on Chalet, wasn't he? He had a lot of big moments, a lot of clutches, and again, just a good level of consistency. It really was just a case of, you know, D+ were winning the gunfights and BNA weren't. They weren't putting themselves in that best position. The strange thing for me that really stood out was BNA. Their entries were fantastic. They got the entry pick in 4 of the rounds, and they were only able to win 2 rounds, so you know the entry isn't always doing the business for them. Not able to convert that entry pick is a big old problem. Dumali was a menace, and you can see there he's actually the highest rated player throughout the whole fixture, but it doesn't matter if you're on the losing side.
Someone help the man, please. Get him some help. It's just Dumali trying his best against the masses. I mean, he's got the same amount of kills as his whole team combined, by the way, Dumali, which is just absolutely nuts. But D+, just, yeah, winning rounds. They had no right winning. Being able to pull back the man advantages, throwing rounds, you know, BNA, for no real reason. The overswings today kind of got under my skin. You know, they're giving themselves up for pennies for no reason whatsoever. And D+ are going to take advantage of that.
They will, and that's what we saw happening here. I mean, you know, coming off the back foot quite a few rounds, as we spoke about here, with another 7-2 victory. And I heard you speak about it as well, Demo, you know, when the second half was about to start, like, oh, you know, this was the half that they managed to win 5-1 last time around. So it was just a really uphill battle for BNA, it seemed like, almost the entire time. Of course, really tough for them to have to fight back into that here. It seems like D+ have to go back up against Fear X after this one due to their victory that they had today. And I believe we also have an MVP for this matchup. We had a bit of a discussion with production about what we should do, whether we give it to Damali or if we give it to JLT. Whereas it would have been a bit sad for Damali. You said, you know, hold this man. It's been a bit unfortunate, but we touched upon JLT and his 1v2 and his insane performance in the second map here to really help his team towards that smooth and quick victory.
Yeah, the credit has really got to be given there to JLT. It was coated in map 1. It was JLT in map number 2. And who knows, it'll be Woogieman, it'll be MV Tail, it'll be Yusang. It'll be any single one of them moving forward because they've all got a heck of a lot of potential. For me, it was the clutches. He kept a very cool head here today. And he just found a lot of space. Some of the rotations that he was making, particularly remember that bar clutch, you know, the space that he was able to find and the gaps that he was able to really exploit that BNA were leaving open to him. It was brilliant to watch.
Yeah, I agree. Just he had to make, you know, big plays for his team, didn't he? He had to just go for it. Didn't hesitate about, you know, the plays he wanted to make. Good gun skill, you know, 13 and 5. Winning a lot of those engagements, entry as well, helping out here and there. Yeah, great performance, but again, for D+, I just thought it was a really good team effort today. Even though, yes, individuals, you know, Coated and JLT both had standouts, you know, in respective maps, I think the whole team played really well today.
And if you look at the bigger picture as well, right, we were thinking of giving it to Damali, who's left D+. Well, this is his replacement on that roster, having joined the roster over the summer break and now being here with D+, and keeping them in the battle for the playoffs and for that major ticket. Like we said, their next matchup is against Fear X, but that will not be happening today. We have another quarterfinal to be played after the break, and the first one we had today was a very fast one. This could be a lot of a closer one, given that the initial result between these two in the group stage was an overtime 8-6 victory for Mir. So I hope it's going to be a bit of a closer game, but we'll dive deeper into it after a break.
Ouais, je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, fire, je fais de la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go.
Time for the second quarterfinal of the South Korea playoffs. We're going a bit too fast here. Of course, these teams battling for a spot in those semifinals. We got Webl and Mir going up against each other. Like we touched upon before the break, this was a close match between these two. When it initially happened in the group stage, that was a best of one though. Mir was close to losing it in regulation, brought it back to overtime, and eventually was able to take away those 2 points. They found themselves 4th in the standings after the group stage. Now looking to, of course, continue in this playoffs bracket. That would be great for them, given that they were 7th last stage. They weren't even here this time around, but they got those 2 new additions to the roster. And if they think back about that game they played against Webl, Demo, I don't know about you, but they might feel like they lost out on some points there. We saw Sloth being a bit hot and cold, and not specifically just in that game, but in other games as well. But they should probably feel like they might be able to take this 2-0.
Yeah, I've been impressed, I think, with Mir Gaming, the way they've been able to push on after some pretty, tough defeats. That D+ is a bit of a stickler where they just got completely outmanned and outclassed 7-1 against D+ earlier in the stage, but they really were able to kick on. They've been able to win their last 4 games in succession, one of them being a win against VRX. So in terms of momentum, they're probably the most informed team I think we have right now inside of Korea. So yeah, Mir Gaming, I would say about Mir Gaming, though, they have dropped a lot of points just based on going to OT. They've really struggled with just seeing the games out in regular time. The past 3 games that they played has been 8-6 victories. To be fair, it has actually kind of cost them. If they had just one normal win, and they actually would have been the 3rd place team.
Wow.
That's not what you're going to be hearing, is it? Really? I think it's a team that's been trying very hard, and Mir Gaming, I think they're very cognizant of the mistakes that they're making. I think that there's maybe a little bit of bias from Demo and myself because we've got a bit more of an ability to speak to this team.
I've never been biased.
No, but we've got a bit more of an ability to speak to Mir. We've got an open line of communication with Sloth to some degree, and we'll have a bit of a conversation about the games and about how things are going. So, you get maybe a little bit more of a peek behind the curtain, should we say? And to be honest, they didn't give themselves the easiest of times. They very easily should have gone out and won, a couple more of those games. But here we are. They're in the playoffs. They're still in with a chance, and now we get to see them in a best of 3. The question I've got is, are the mistakes that they were making in the best of 1 going to be sort of exasperated and amplified when we get into a best of 3, or is it something that's going to give them more chances to be successful?
Comes down to the depth, I'd imagine, for this team as well. And what we saw from them so far, I mean, we had the quick highlight on Sloth, the production roll-up for us, and my jaw actually dropped here seeing that 20-5 entry statistic for him. Amaru as the main played attacker as well. That kind of indicates what opportunity seeking that we might be seeing from this roster here. But I like what you're saying as well, Ollie. For me, it feels like sometimes this team seems to have the right idea, but then the execution doesn't always go in their favor in the way they wanted to. And yeah, especially when we're going to the best of 3, you need to make sure you're able to consistently win out these rounds, consistently win out the maps, if you do want to get the rounds and maps on the board here. But for Mir, I'm thinking they're probably going to head into this matchup quite comfortably. For Webl on the other side, I'm not so sure. Given that their result from last stage, they actually got that bye going into the playoffs. They ended first last stage, had the bye in the playoffs. We won't speak about it because it didn't go that well for them. But this time around, they find themselves 5th in the standings, having to go up against Mir here. And I definitely saw them struggle in that game on Consulate that they initially played. But my main question is, where are things going wrong? I heard Hap say, oh, the team is working on the teamwork. I'm not sure how much we've seen of that. Whereabouts are things going wrong for this roster?
I think you have to look at Webl, and most of the games that they've kind of played has either been, they have stumped their opponents in the eyes of, playing against Orglis and playing against Blossom, or they themselves has also been kind of stumped. You know, the opening week, they got a stomp from FearX 7-1, then straight into a 7-1 against PSG Talon. So the team, in terms of consistency, the results have not been consistent. They have been able to pick up wins, like I mentioned, against, you know, the bottom end of teams. But look, that win against D+, I think D+ probably should have beat Webl. In all honesty, I think D+ maybe just didn't really care because the game meant nothing, in all honesty, for them. They didn't really care. You know, if D+ went and win that game, then Webl actually come out of the stage with the same number of wins as what BNA had, which again was against Blossom and Orgless, who everyone beat.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, isn't it? You know, you look at those bottom two teams that a lot of people got a good result against, and you sort of take that out of the picture, and you kind of ask yourself the question, you know, what did Webl manage to achieve there? They came close. They played well to get the win against D+, but again, in a game that, you know, did it really have too much bearing? I'm not too sure. I don't know. I feel like it's a mismatch going into this one. I'm going to be honest. I do feel like Mir have the advantage. I guess the only question mark is the fact that they had to go to an OT in the regular stage to get the job done against Webl.
You gotta hope for Webl as well. There is a bit of confidence given, like the two of you mentioned, they beat D+ as the very final match of their group stage. I'm curious, once we focus our attention on that map veto as well, I think console could be a really good discussion in towards that, given we just saw it from Webl in their map preferences. It's a quite high preference, as we can say, but the game didn't really go in their favor. It was the one map they lost there. Would you want to then go and play it against Mir again to see if he can improve on their own, or would you want to ban it out? Well, they haven't banned it out so far. It is still an opportunity for Mir to select as the very first map, and to no surprise, I guess we can say they are doing that. But Demo, do you think that's risky, given it was an initial overtime?
No, because I think Mir Gaming probably thought they should have won that game a lot better, which I agree with. Mir actually threw quite a bit, I think, during that consulate game. So yeah, I think it's a good idea for them to go back there again. Webl coming out with a skyscraper pick. Now that's an interesting one, because I would say that Webl have kind of hid that throughout the entirety of the stage. They've usually been a ban who likes to ban this map out, and they've just went straight in for the pick. So yeah, Webl, they've been hiding this. Mir Gaming, they've shown Skyscraper this stage as well, and it was a 7-1 win against Blossom whenever they went there and won on Skyscraper nonetheless. So overall, I think this is looking, you know, a pretty interesting series, and Bank as a decider. Again, another map which I would say Webl have probably tried to hide.
Yeah, you can see that Webl are taking this very seriously, can't you? They really want to be getting those maps out there that they've maybe hidden away a little bit. And certainly maps that they're feeling confident on. Consulate pick, you come to that one and you think, yeah, absolutely, it makes a lot of sense. They very much should have won that in regulation and dropped the ball there. Skyscraper being left open, we know how tricky a map Skyscraper can be, and especially for teams that, you know, maybe struggle a little bit more on the attacking side of things, which, you know, you'd maybe sort of bundle potentially both these teams, certainly Webl, into that category. So it's a bold choice from Webl, I think, to be taking us to a Sky and then a Bank decider. I mean, we all know what Sloth's able to do on a Bank.
We did see Mir played Bank against Orgless at the very final playday of the stage. That did go into an overtime, and no offense to Orgless, but they did finish as the final team in the league, having not gotten a single victory. That was the only overtime they actually managed to get for themselves on the board in this group stage. So I guess you could say a tough or at least a close match for me here, where maybe once again they felt like they had lost some points. But you can't be doing that in best of threes, because if you do win those rounds at the crucial 7-7, for example, you could all of a sudden be losing a match if you were already one map down. I agree with you as well, Demo. I think this is a very high risk, high reward situation we're seeing from Webl here, especially with that Skyscraper, given what we've seen from Mir on the speedrun that we saw on there as well. But yeah, the Bank, there are opportunities for Webl, and that's how I like to think about going into this matchup as well. I feel the first map will tell us a lot about how this matchup is actually going to go down, given we're going back to that initial matchup. I believe our players are currently getting ready in the lobby. We should have all of our players ready very soon. We'll be heading into our very first map, Consulate. Can it be a replay of what we saw initially between these two teams, or have we will learn from their mistakes, and can they fight back the shotting on the defense? And we'll find out with Ollie and Demo.
Thank you very much indeed, and we are going to head to Consulate for the second time today. This time we got Webl versus Mir Gaming. Webl starting off on the attack, Mir Gaming starting off on the defense. Our second best of 3 here in Korea is underway. And we get a Ying and a Deimos ban. As has been the order of the day, really. We've seen quite a couple of Deimos bans sneaking through today, Demo.
There's actually different bans than whenever they played each other in the stage. It was a Monty and Mira ban from Webl, and it was a Blitzcade ban from Mir Gaming. So the attackers are different. The defense, well, one of the two is correct. Maybe is the second one also going to follow through as well? Is it going to be the Cade? Is it going to be something different? Sammy. So a big change up in terms of the operators available, Ollie. We've got shields up. Both of them were banned away on Consulate whenever they played each other, so I wonder who's going to be able to abuse the shields. Before we get started, look, we have to address the elephant in the room. Sloth, right? Never in my days would I expect, Ollie, to pull up all of the, the stats for all of the players in the Korea League for this stage and see a British flag at the top. Never really thought I'd see the day.
Defenders, protect your
He's the player to watch, isn't he? Without a shadow of a doubt.
He's played very, very well. Look, we've known Sloth for a long time. We have. And for Sloth, he always was that, monkey fragger. That's what he calls himself, isn't he? He's jumping out every window. He's swinging everything. He's jumping on the ceilings. That's just the way he plays. He has had to take a very different role, a very different approach. And that has been to call. It has been to IGL. And I mentioned it, I think, whenever we cast him last time. I said on the cast, look, he puts a lot of pressure on himself. He has to IGL and gun and do everything for the team. It's a lot of pressure for him. We know it is. But realistically, Ollie, I don't think the pressure is warranted on himself. There's 4 other players in that team.
Yeah, he's going to continue to put the pressure on himself, though, and I think there's a level of responsibility that he feels through calling as well. So it's something that they're going to have to find a balance internally for that. I think somewhere that I really enjoyed watching them was the opening portion of their attacking rounds was fantastic last time we saw them play Consulate. It was really good to watch. The mid round was where they struggled, but they're also aware of the mistakes. So you'd like to think that that's to some degree been worked on a little bit. Gonna see the Flores drone coming through. It's not how you want to do it. It's a very nice way that you can sort of stay on the lip of the skylight and get yourself onto that top part of the balcony. And was just a little bit unfortunate there. Webl, they are moving quite slowly here. I've got this admin control, but it's kind of been given away to them, right? There's no one here contesting. It's this next portion that is the tricky one to get through when you start dealing with vending machine, long desk, people swinging out, potential for someone rotating up the stairs as well. There's a little bit more that goes on here. Of course, the Monty will assist in gathering that information. But gathering the information is one thing. You've still got to get someone in position to do something about it.
It's a shield that they need to get through. The vending machine position, we know Ollie is tricky one, and Sloth gets dealt with immediately. Just runs across, gets scared. There's going to be a big utility dump towards them, but it really was not the case, and gives himself up without getting anything in return. A minute left, and Webl, they've secured that long corridor. Blur, though, with an aggressive swing, Ollie, onto the opened reinforced wall, is able to find a kill back. But get now with another, and all of a sudden, Mir Gaming, Ollie, they've turned the tides of this, and actually sitting in a man advantage.
They've done a good job to get themselves back to that position. Moon going to get tagged up there. Trying to work around this Monty right now. We get He's been a big, impactful player as well on the side of Mir. Blur eventually going to get taken down, but look how Mir Gaming have just retreated back even further yet again. A little bit dicey now, though, in the 2 versus 2. Smoke, of course, gone. There is a C4 available. Forget, he's going to find one. The C4 will be sent, but it is a little bit too short. Now, 1 versus 2 with the Monty is nowhere near as scary as 2 versus 1. But Naps, he's going to take Baguette down. Baguette jumps the gun there. We did hear Guard get caught out in the air jab, but this is impossible. There's no way that Guard will be able to win this. The Monty is just going to win every single time. And is it nerves getting the better of Mir Gaming there? Baguette, what are you doing jumping the gun so early?
Oh, it seems to be the same issues that they had the last time we watched them play, Ollie, where they were just tossing away man advantages. It was the mid. It was every single time we watched Mir Gaming, we always sat there and questioned, what are they doing in the mid round? Defense or attack? Both of which. I just don't know why he swung there. I don't get it. It's quite an easy win there from 1v2. Yes, you're against the Monty, who we know is big scary operator, but he's just one guy with a shield. As long as one guy defuses, Monty will have to unshield at some point, and then as soon as you hear the unshield, you both rush him. It's really simple. I don't know why he's went for that play, and yeah, it's just thrown the round away, considering that Mir actually did really well to get themselves back into the round, considering how the start went for them. We're losing Sloth right from the get-go. Could be a long day for Mir Gaming if they want to play like this.
10 seconds left.
Or a short day, I suppose, if you look at it from that perspective.
I was going to say, or a short day.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, it's early days, so maybe we give them the benefit of the doubt for now. But it isn't something that you want to see continue as a pattern or a trend. Naps is going to be rocking that Monty again after being successful with it in round number 1 there. And we're to expect teams to get rounds on the attack here on Consulate, especially with what's available. You know, Deimos getting banned out. Is it that big of a deal? Deimos is still relatively new in the grand scheme of things, so there's plenty of established ways of attacking without them. Still, of course, have the Grim. Naps, they take advantage of that lion scan and hop himself straight over, get some good info onto the connector player, but Pinch is there. May just need to be careful they don't overreact to this too much. Naps on 8 HP, entering that useless category. Breathe on him, he'll fall over. Oh, he's going to die to his own nade. Oh, a calamity.
Actually, it's not bad because he's now 20 HP.
That's actually better. He's actually gained 14 HP from this.
Oh, that is funny. But yeah, I mean, it's just comical right now, isn't it, on the side of Webl? He's tried to melee a shield. Hello? What game do you think this is? Naps has to now try and make the approach up into Baguette and see if he can give the info over to his side. Smokes go in, nades go in, but Baguette with another, and oh, Moon though, actually line up 2 of them, Ollie. How on earth has he been able to find 2 from that position? Minute 15 left. Webl look as though they have stabilized, but oh, there we go. Here he comes. Rat King himself. Sloth appears with a triple. Hit himself away for the whole round. Appears, finds 3 of them, and back down to the sewers he goes.
Was he under the desk?
Yeah.
Oh my life. What a rat.
I mean, it's just... Look, he's been doing this stuff since forever. Since as long as I can remember. That's just the way he is. That's the way he plays.
Well, fair play to him. I've got a feeling it's going to be one of those days, Demo.
What kind of day?
Just a mess.
What kind of day? Oh, a messy day.
Yeah.
Do you think D plus treated us too well?
Well, I'm pretty sure I just saw the old chat flash up and Sloth say, check your corners. So,
ooh,
I mean, that just...
fighting talk right there. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, he just said, check your corners.
No, I just think it could be one of those messy ones, right? Where it's very back and forth. Because I mean, that round, both rounds so far have really flipped and flopped as to who is favored. You know, you'd look at it and you'd go, you know, if you just got given a photo and it was the round in a state, and you're like, right, who's going to win this round? You'd be able to give a good estimate. And then it just flips one side, the other, it goes back. They've not been clear cut by any stretch. Round number 1, Mir Gaming should have walked away with it. Round number 2, you think, wow, Webl, what a successful roam clear. And then you just get debated at every turn.
Oh. Well, Mir Gaming, first defense on the board. Again, expected to win the defenses. Don't forget, it is a defender-sided map. It was a 4-2 split on for both teams. That's how we went to overtime whenever they both played here during the stage. So for Webl, if they can just get one more attack, then that'll be good enough for them, in their eyes. Mir Gaming probably want to try and go above and beyond a 4-2 split and look for that 5-1 now. Sloth was in contact with a blitz. He puts the beeper as well, just to give him that little bit of a heads up. Guard, opening pick for him. 2 shields, Ollie, that Sloth has to deal with. One on either end of either corridor he has to deal with. Gonna try and play a little bit more reserved as best as he can. This is difficult. He needs a bit of support. With that extra man that Mir Gaming have, surely somebody could come down and help him. I mean, all of the players from Webl, Ollie, are actually going to be stationed on that basement. Nobody looking to try and take above or in towards that mid floor. All of it coming in from construction right now.
Attackers have located a bomb. Attackers dropped.
Pretty one-dimensional at the moment.
And the Monty's died.
Well, the Monty might have died, but we do still have the Blitz in play.
Diffuser cold.
Zed is going to take down Sloth, so I'm pick up another. We're getting Blur. Let's try and find something here. The plant really going to be tucked away there. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop this. They just need to try and buddy up a little bit, but they're a little bit far away from one another right now. You can see Blur is a little bit unsure on which way to turn, and Baguette gonna have to try and rotate back down and see if they can team up in some sort of a way. Lands a good portion of shots, but Baguette is gonna be on 4 HP. That SMG at that long range is never gonna be an easy one. Moon, he deals with Blur and Baguette. He needs to get exceptionally lucky right now, but the angles, they're being held.
Mir Gaming just asleep. Like, really, really asleep. All of the players on the attack were coming in from the bottom floor. What on earth are the players above doing? First of all, the players can play above because there's a lot of vertical holes. Nobody's on the vertical holes, by the way. Nobody's on them at all. I don't get it. How are you allowing them just to walk into that basement without anyone above catching onto it?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Communication from Mir Gaming there was very shoddy.
Yeah, it sort of begs the question as to what were they defending, you know? Kind of defending where they weren't.
Very strange. I mean, Blur looking for a flank. Was a flank needed in that environment? Probably not. Very weird round from Mir Gaming, I must say. Because that was... I mean, it wasn't great from Webl either. I mean, Webl like, were really headlocking themselves into going for just that basement push.
Yeah.
I think they're quite fortunate that Mir Gaming just didn't catch on to it.
Sloth already going for an emergency KD recovery.
Cap can.
The cap can.
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
Love a bit of cap cam.
I know you do.
Let's see if anything comes of it. Obviously, just give something else for Webl to worry about. Don't forget, they were successful here in round number 1, but they really shouldn't have been. Like, really shouldn't have been. The Shank has been brought this time from Blur. Now that is going to really zone a lot of this a lot of this Monty play out. So Blur needs to really try and dig in and keep himself alive. Could of course bring the Goyo to do that job as well. But the Sachanka, those 15 fire canisters, let's just have the option at burning away. Players, you know, could be getting into those positions. Think about that default plant spot on the meeting door. It's all it takes is a couple of well-timed canisters on there, and you can burn a lot of the round out. And if you look at Blur's positioning right now, he loves this little closet. You very often see him playing in here on the defense, and he's just primed and waiting.
You see that, you know, Mir, they've almost adopted their lineup, getting ready for the Monty, aren't they? You know, this time around, they know what the idea is, you know, the win con for Webl, because the Monty is always being brought right now. So I think it's a really good idea from Mir Gaming to set up accordingly to that. You know, if you can shut down the Monty, you shut down really the main cog in the machine. You see that he has to be careful with those flames as well. The Monty, he's not going to be able to plant just where he would want to. So now you can see they're trying to rotate over towards the meeting.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Thank you so much for bearing with us during what was a very unexpected outage. Unfortunately, the great land of Australia down under suffered some technical difficulties. But the game continued. We do receive a feed from Korea, so it didn't affect the players or the lobby. But as you can see, Demo, we've missed a bit. Yeah. It's 5-4. Mir Gaming, they had a little bit of a comeback, but it hasn't been so easy. Webl still lead this map 1.
Yeah, Mir Gaming. Again, I was watching the feed that didn't go down, and Mir Gaming had literally just lost a basement defense, or a basement attack, sorry, where they got the plant down and they were inside a 3 versus 3, and somehow they lost the retake. Webl being able to do a very difficult retake. We know as soon as the diffuser gets planted in any map, Ollie, it's going to be difficult, but certainly Webl are playing out of their skin right now. What's going... Hello? Helicopter?
Death spin.
I've seen that a few times. Don't know where that came from. Oh dear, it's nothing. I mean, well, being there, 360-degree clash. My words, it's criminal.
Oh dear. Oh. Hello. Guard eventually shut snaps down. Diffuser cold here. Really not going to be an easy time, especially with the clash to contend with. God, he really seems to be clutching at straws right now. The only hope he's got is catching the clash in the back, but he's making a lot of noise down here, and now he's been found. Another round that is likely going to slip Mir Gaming by. There's a whole minute. But as soon as you get to the top of these stairs, you are going to be greeted by the shocking clash. I'll tell you, we've seen some brilliant use of the shields today in Korea. You know, this is what Siege is about right now. And you've kind of got to learn to adapt or fall by the wayside.
The irony is, it's look at the operator going against the flash, one of the few who can actually deal with her, but no EMP's left for himself to go against it. Yeah, good, tased, zapped. Gonna go for it. Actually able to get the exit frag. 20 seconds to go. User cold as well. The defenders know exactly where it is. They're just going to tuck themselves in and wait for their moment to go for the swings. Yeah, you know, playing extremely well here, Ollie. Just prone on the floor. Doesn't need to move until that diffuser will start to be initiated by guard, but I mean, really, what is he going to be able to do in this scenario? Look at them, yeah. Again, patience.
Perfect.
Off a Saint right now. Was able to get the one there, Ollie, but as we know, it was inevitable, wasn't it, that Webl were going to win that round?
I don't think that Webl could have played that much better there in the dying stages. It was a brilliant setup. They had an on-contact crossfire. They heard the diffuser get recovered and attempted to be planted. They waited to go together. You know, everything worked exceptionally well there. It's so easy to make mistakes when you're in that 2 versus 1. And good clutch players will exploit those mistakes 9 times out of 10. Webl really getting the head down here. 6-4.
Very good, I must say.
They have.
They had their ideas, you know, on the attacks. They wanted to use the shields. They got 3 rounds from it. You know, this was an even half, which is bad for Mir Gaming. Don't forget, on a defender-sided map, you need to be taking at least minimal, you know, 4 rounds in the defense. So for Webl, yeah, they've done extremely well. Mir Gaming, just that mid round again. You know, it's those same issues that we've seen in the stage, Ollie. Just fall a little bit flat, don't they? Whenever things, they really need to put things together. I mean, you look at that attack that they went for. They went for the Amaru in through the window without bringing in, you know, a Grim, for example. Yes, Ying is bad, but you still need like one of the 2 operators, Ying or Grim, for that attack. You need something to go in the windows to assist that player as he jumps in for that defuse. There was nothing there, and a Clash just simply strolls by the window. It's a shield in the back. Gets an easy kill on the Sloth.
Well, 6-4. Chance for Webl to lead this series. This, of course, being Mir's map choice as well. Sets Webl up extremely nicely. Their map choice of Skyscraper. Some information available here for Naps. Pulse often brought on Consulate because of the fantastic ability to scan out on the heartbeat scanner and get a very early indication as to which side the push is going to be coming from. Guard. It's going to be in the top of this yellow stair at the moment. Be struggling a little bit with his drone there. You might have to pick that one up, buddy.
I think the Blitz needs to be careful of the pulse. You use that Blitz from Mir Gaming. Use that bit of bite that they do have. I did mention that Mir Gaming, they were successful down here at getting a plant off, and it was a plant towards the yellow pillar. But then they lost the retake in a 3 versus 3 with having vertical control. It was actually a retake where defenders went into that mid floor and were able to pick off the players holding above. And it kind of left the Blitz in 1 versus 3. It's just, yeah, it's just not winnable from that point. So the main thing for Mir Gaming here, Ollie, more than anything, is to make sure that the flanks are covered. So if they do go in with this heavy vertical destruction, we're able to make sure that the defenders cannot rotate back and use those verticals against the attackers. And yeah, you've got the gridlock in. Going to be able to do so. Placing it on the staircases, making sure that nobody can flank up. So Mir Gaming, this is a better structure, a better method of dealing with these potential flanks. Say that, though. There's one player who's actually slipped by. It's going to be Naps in the pulse, and he's got his pistol out, and oh, the timing on that. Baguette had no idea, by the way, that he had actually flanked up. He just almost shot the gun there, didn't he? Naps, he just got a little bit scared and just went for it, and wow, he's went for the swing with a pistol, and Baguette is got a freebie because of Mir Gaming. Look as though they're ready just to spring onto site now, Ollie, and get that diffuser planted.
Baguette, not stop there. On for 3. You know, trying to solve this problem now, and again, a huge overreaction from Webl. Just feeding kills to Baguette up there. Flawless for Mir Gaming. So much focus on those flanks, and I feel like you've just got to let Naps go there and just say, well, if he's gone, like, that's fine. We'll try and win the 3 versus 5. Rotating out of your position at that stage, it only leaves the site lighter. Timeout now for Webl. I'm not sure if Mir Gaming used their timeout during what we missed demo.
Not sure. I think maybe. I mean, oh yeah, they did, because doesn't it show on the bottom? It shows if teams got timeout, or am I tripping?
No, you could be right.
Is that not a thing? I swear that's a feature.
I think you may be right. Timeout for Webl then to see if they can compose themselves ahead of round number 12. Mir Gaming. It would be typical of Mir Gaming to give us some overtimes demo. They've never made things easy for themselves.
No. The last 3 games that they had was all in overtime. So it would make a lot of sense, as we know.
especially after we barely saw any overtimes throughout Korea for the first few weeks.
Yeah, it was a big drought, wasn't it? And then all of a sudden the floodgates opened and in came Mir Gaming and said, "Don't worry, we'll solve the drought. We'll solve it."
They did a rain dance.
I mean, Webl have really impressed me today.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably the best I think we've seen them play.
Yeah. Naps as well as a player individually has done fantastic. Did some great work on the Monty and still's got 11 kills. Not sure about this pull shotty though.
All shotty. Swinging with a pistol as well. Don't forget the last round also.
That's what I mean. It forces you into a real bad gunfight.
Baguette, by the way, 15 kills and 8 is where he's really start to shine over Sloth, which, you know, we've highlighted Sloth, but Baguette saying, don't forget about me. Don't forget about the old Korean Frenchman called Baguette.
It is very confusing, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You'd think, oh, that has to be a French person. Nope, Korean man.
You think it's the, you know, part of the BDS bench.
Yeah, stereotypical Frenchman, isn't it?
I think when Mir Gaming get in this groove and they can have players like Baguette that pop off as much or if not more than Sloth, that's when they have the chance, you know, because it takes a bit of that pressure off. A lot of info being attempted here. Naps isn't really finding too much at the moment. Looks like the same take as last time.
Yeah, just moving through with the blitz primarily. Blur in position, ready to not only cover off the flanks, but of course just try and explode into sight if needed. But right now he's just trying to make sure he can control yellow stairs and just stops any of those roamers in towards the mid floor from maybe rotating above and trying to take the fight to, in the Ram, for example, he's up there doing the vertical pressure. Baguette, another opening pick for him, Ollie. Mentioned it before as well. Mir Gaming, the best entry team in the league. You know, Sloth and Baguette between them had just stupid amount of kills on that opening picks. Guard, great shot. 3 versus 5 now, and Mir Gaming are being very surgical of how they're maneuvering this bomb site.
Cupido again with a big overreaction there. You lose Naps. Don't think you need to throw any more at it. Not in the best of spots though. There is a C4 for Moon. The breach can now start to be opened. 45 seconds or so left. Still Goomine's kicking around out there as well. Blur going to be left with the diffuser on the blitz. And look at this. A 2-man rotate up these main stairs. You're not going to find anything. The track stingers are surely going to give you away right now. Zad's just taking huge amounts of damage, but wins the fight. Takes Baguette down. Overheats. Zad and Inno both line up. Because they'd left the site so light, Blitz is able to push through, grab the info. Mir can take it to an OT.
Yeah, wow, what a shocker. OT from here again. This team just cannot get out of the OTs. My word, 6-6. I mean, Mir Gaming all have done really well to pull things back. You know, mentioned before, dropping free defenses is never going to bode well. And Webl equally now, they've dropped free defenses also. Both teams in the attack all have looked really good. You know, both teams, they have their, you know, their fundamentals, their ideologies of how they wanted to attack. Webl, it was very, you know, very demanding on the Monty to make sure he was able to move in and give that information and feed his team all of those kills that he could. He done that. You then look at the way Mir Gaming wanted to play. A little more atypical, where you're really looking to control the pace of the game, use the vertical operators, make sure that the flanks are done. I mean, Mir Gaming, the way they've attacked, has actually countered Webl a lot. Webl really wanted to go for a roam. They wanted to go for these flanks and go for these retakes. They didn't allow them to, you know, to let, you know, roamers heat up and the flankers get in there and mess things up for you. So Mir Gaming, they've been really safe going up against Webl, and it's worked.
6-6, Webl, stay on the defense. Mir Gaming, stay on the attack. It might suit Mir Gaming, especially with the way the last couple of rounds have gone. I don't think we'll be seeing the basement again, though. Not somewhere that Webl were successful in. Instead, they're going to be headed to this top floor. Now, the lineup doesn't necessarily lend itself to either one of the pushes, especially with what's available, but it is going to be a admin across clear. You're going to be looking to Blur to get value out of the Ossa shield and use that as a sort of pseudo blitz, if you will. But I like this positioning from Zad. A lot of teams will just give up the control here in admin, but instead he's going to be holding it. The nade is good though. Doesn't force him out of position. Still able to stay in here. Now the full white flash will be a bit of a problem as another nade comes in and eventually dealt with.
Again.
Good stuff from Mir Gaming, but it cost them quite a lot of utility. All the stuns, all the nades, just for admin.
Still have 2 nades left, but still not completely dead. But yeah, I think the flashes are the main thing because you definitely need that for the execute. Got the Ossa though, which will be their main way into the site and try to attempt that plant. In terms of denial, there's nothing apart from the smokes. But again, the smokes, they can only stall out the player. Can't break the shield. So that's going to be the issue that Webl need to try and figure out. Okay, how to deal with an Ossa if we don't have any distractables? Well, really, you don't. You just kind of have to hope. You maybe, double up and hope that the Ossa maybe overextends or overpeaks behind the shield and you're able to take advantage of that. But yeah, this is where Blur should just be able to slip his way in and get this diffuser down. First smoke will be deployed. Oh, Eno gives himself up as well. Doesn't make things easier for his side. The player below, he is trying to stop that Ossa from walking in, but again, that information will be fed through that one player's off the site, and yeah, Mir Gaming will take full advantage of that, Ollie. Just completely ignore the player below and just walk in. Basically 1v5 the guy in the site, knowing this guy's below. Diffuser goes down. Again, another great round for Mir Gaming, Ollie, where they have just played it slow. They've played to their own pace. Webl have went too aggressive, and it's cost them because of it. Mir Gaming, fantastic.
Mir Gaming are a real, journeyman roster, aren't they? That you can never count them out of a game. First 4 or 5 rounds of this game, you're looking at it and thinking, have we got this wrong? Webl are looking fantastic. But Mir Gaming, they just grit their teeth and get the job done, don't they?
They don't make... They never play easy siege, do they?
No,
they always make it difficult for them.
But they also don't back down.
No.
They really don't back down. I mean, they've not won it yet, but they're on a match point. They're leading for the first time in the game.
And they get the defense now as well.
Attackers need to locate
and they're put on a favorable side. Oh, they're going to opt for the mid floor.
Right. I mean, mid floor isn't a bad shout because top floor was pretty bad from them. They really struggled there. In basement, just in general, isn't too favorable. So mid floor, I don't think it's a bad shout to go for it. But they really need to assess the Monty situation because that's what we know is the win con for Webl. Both teams have wanted to play pretty slow.
10 seconds left before
And certainly Naps has been a big standout at the moment on those attacks.
5 seconds left.
You're almost just waiting, to see if the Oryx can maybe make it happen, can maybe go for the Ramadash into the shield, but the way Webl play, there's always somebody beside the Monty. So even if you do bash him over, you're probably going to get killed, doing so.
Sloth's just going to be reinforcing that wall inside of the... Now, Naps was the star of the show on the Monty for the Webl attacks. Did a really good job. Even ended up winning a 1 versus 2. We're going to be looking to him as a bit of a tip on the spear. Seems criminal to have him on the shield, though. But he's so effective on it. Not all of those kills have come from a gun on defense. He got his fair share, bashing people down. Sloth, just for that early warning system. And retreat back into that vending position.
Oh,
what a great play, but it hasn't worked out.
Oh, unlucky.
Blur's missed his shots. That could be crucial. Could be damning.
Any other operator but the Monty there, Ollie, and it would have been a surefire kill for Blur. I mean, Sloth tried to take the attention away from him as best he could, but as soon as you get found out in that position, Blur knows he's as good as dead. The 4v5 that Mir Gaming have to try and battle back from, but we know Webl the way that they want to use this Monty, they just pressure you into a bit of a chokehold that you just cannot get out of. The drone work as well. Being done. Great spot there. Sees two inside connector. Take a bit of ground. Great shot there from Zad. Sloth does respond with a kill. He needs a few more of those. All four attackers will be situated into that top floor, and with that Monty still being alive, Mir Gaming eventually will have to retreat. Again, and Sloth aren't giving this up just yet. They're going to try and work together and see if they can maybe just gather back one kill if possible. Like I said, that Monty Ollie, just that overbearing force.
Guard going to try and get something done from below here. Don't forget, it is a mid-floor site. So there is still work, really, for Webl to do. And with 35 seconds, yes, they've got time, but it isn't an unending amount of time. Defenders now going to try and rotate out. One of the big problems here is that there's no C4 for Baguette. Sloth maybe needs the flank of a lifetime, and Baguette's going to go with him. Hitting both flanks from different ends of the map. Is able to take Moon down. Naps has the diffuser. He's going to juggle that through. Give it over to Zad and see if he can provide the cover for that plant to go down.
No.
The thing about the Monty is you can provide the cover, but you can't do anything about someone squeezing through. Mir Gaming, they're going to get the job done. You need the Monty to plant, and you need the Lion to cover. The Monty. If you're not covering the entirety of the body, then
I didn't expect that.
It's useless.
That's how it ends. Wow, a little bit anticlimactic. I thought we were for sure going to be locked into round number 15, but not the case, Ollie. Mir Gaming able to have that retake. 3 versus 5 wasn't as well for Mir Gaming. All credit to them.
We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with Anne to discuss map 1 and set ourselves up for map 2. Don't go anywhere.
Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that back. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Nice now. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1. Holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places for Frida. Has that one extra little bit to tie him.
tulips in a twist. And I boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, I think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist.
History repeats itself with, again, Mir winning an 8-6 on Consulate. However, this time that only puts them on map point, not so much yet winning out the entire series. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. I'm still joined by Ollie and Demo. You two were casting that previous map here, as we saw on Consulate. It really repeated itself in the way where, again, it was looking like Mir was going to lose this in regulation. They brought it back and then won it out in overtime. I think shields are a big factor for Webl to put as many rounds on the board as they did, but we're seeing players on the side of Mir individually step up like crazy.
Oh, absolutely. I think individually, Mir have stepped up. Baguette, for me, standout game on Consulate. Sloth didn't need to do so much of the heavy lifting because it was being done elsewhere.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock to see, Mir Gaming, kind of dig themselves out of that hole, because there's been a few times this stage where whenever they've looked down, they've kind of stayed there. I think back to that D+ game where they got beat 7-1, same with PSG Talon. But here, look, they've showed a real good amount of resilience in the second half of the stage, and it's carrying on here today. Look, from myself and all, it's just a bit of a half cast, to be honest. We only really cast half the game. We missed a few bits of it, but still, from what we've seen, it was great from both teams. Attacks especially, that's where both teams really shone. They understood each other. They knew that Monty was always going to be a weakness for Mir Gaming. The way Mir Gaming want to set up with those roamers, you bring the Monty in, you just shut down that aggression. Same can probably be said with Mir Gaming, but they did it really without the Monty, where they knew that Webl were always going to be looking for a bit of a retake, looking for a flank as well. They just played very slow. They brought in the correct operators to deal with that. You looked at the gridlock, the nomads were being brought in as well. So overall, both teams understood the assignment, but then it comes down to individuals, and that's what shone through today for Mir Gaming.
And execution of the assignment as well. And if you say that the attacks are so important, then I'm really curious to see how that's going to go on Skyscraper. That'll be the map after this one. That is Mir's pick. They have to bring it back if they want to even the series out and still have a chance of punching their easier way towards a ticket to the major. Mir looking very good into this one, and in specific, we talked about Sloth not having to do so much of the hard carrying, which we've seen him do. We've seen him be very successful on entry, but someone else has actually taken that role up for him this time around. We're seeing Baguette here with that 4-0 entry as well, our MVP for this game, and it even comes down to that very final round, right, where he goes up the yellow stairs, flanks the player that was with the Monty, swings together with another player from Piano to kill the player behind the Monty. If that shield is so important for Webl, you need a player like Baguette to be able to shut down the players around the shield.
Yeah, Baguette hit his shots, didn't he? I think, right place, right time, good rotations. And as a team, we've seen we've seen Mir Gaming and Webl to a degree. I think Webl played good Siege today. But overall, we saw Mir Gaming improve versus the last time we saw them play this map, which is always a nice thing to see. It did take us to an overtime, hence the 18-9. I think Baguette, he certainly took advantage of those extra couple of rounds in the OT to pad those stats even more, but you can't take anything away from him. A fantastic map, and maybe the start of something for Mir Gaming here. It's typical of them to take us to an OT. They never give themselves the easy route, but they were fighting today.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mir Gaming, they take the hard way. They think, an easy run into the next round. No, we will go to OT. We will make it as difficult as we can if we have to. But look, a win's a win. That's the main thing. And the team they had the exact same mentality as well. Don't forget, whenever they were playing in the regular stage, speaking to Sloth, yes, there was a lot of OTs, but all he cared about was a win's a win. That's the main thing to get across with this team. They don't care how they do it, as long as they do it.
That's the most important thing, it's the points afterwards. That's the wins that you're getting as well to progress in towards that playoffs bracket. Solid from Mir, as we can say, for the very first map. This was their map pick as well. We briefly talked about Skyscraper as well, that being the map that is coming up. This is eventually the pick by Webl. How do we think Skyscraper is going to go? You briefly talked about the attacks being really the thing where these two teams have been shining so far. I think that can really make a difference in a map like Skyscraper as well, right, Demo?
It's defender-sided again. We're going into Consulate, into Skyscraper. Those two are pretty defender-sided if we're, you know, we're excluding the likes of Lair, which naturally, you know, from the get-go, Lair is going to be defender-sided just because it is new. But in terms of the older maps, yeah, these two are the defender-sided maps that we have inside of the pool. Mir Gaming, they've played Skyscraper. It was a 7-1. It was a bit of a lash out after them getting, you know, clobbered by PSG Talon during the first week. They then go into their next game and they beat Blossom there 7-1. They took a 5-1 half on the attacks, actually. So in terms of attacking Skyscraper, Mir Gaming looked really good on it. So yeah, I think they'll be happy to go here again. Obviously, the ban rate's pretty high. They haven't wanted to go back there since they had that win, but they will have to go to it here today. Webl have kind of been proactively banning away this map throughout the stage. So they have kind of hit it for this very moment.
Which is bold, because we know Skyscraper can be a very difficult map to sort of hide away and expect to bring out and get a good performance in. I always class Skyscraper as one of those maps where I don't really feel like there's that many teams that are fantastic Skyscraper teams. It really is one of those maps that, in my opinion, can be very punishing and very difficult. Something that will work in Webl's favor is their shield play. And that'll obviously come through whether it's allowed in the banning phase or not. But I think some of their attacks and some of the structure that they had on their attacks, it could do them some favors here on this map. I don't think it's going to be a clear foregone conclusion from either team. And honestly, Demo, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised to see all three maps between these two.
They'll be close, I think. Again, another OT, probably, because it's Mir Gaming.
True, that's what we've seen from them in their last few games. All of these are 8-6 victories, but I think for their own sake and their happiness, they should probably try and push this one a little bit sooner or faster if they could. Otherwise, it's gonna get really tense, I guess, in that place over there. I did like to see their emotion, their happiness after they won that game. That was definitely noticeable on their faces, seeing as this brings them one map closer to progression in that playoffs bracket. And the Skyscraper discussion we had, it is a bold pick by people, especially given how we've seen Mir play on this map. That was looking like it was going to be a speed run, and if I recall correctly, Sloth was like 10-1 after, what was it, maybe 2 or 3 rounds. So if there's one thing that Webl really has to do is try and shut down Sloth if he goes crazy on the entry again, like he did in that previous matchup. Is there anything else you two think that Webl can do to try and find the upper hand in this match?
You make a good point there about Sloth, and yes, probably is going to be the danger man to look out for, but there's a bit of a spanner in the works now, because you've got Guard and Baguette who equally have turned up big time. So now you're not dealing with Sloth, who again would probably be the constant force you're looking at, but now these other two have got something to say. Baguette in the entries today as well was lethal. Absolutely lethal. So I think the entry game for Webl has been the main thing that they need to try and control. I think the Monty's worked really well for that on their attacks, bringing in that Monty, being able to slow it down. They're not allowing Mir Gaming to have that initial first kill. It's been more on the defense where Webl, I think, have struggled with getting the opening kill on the board. Maybe because they've played a little bit too aggro, I felt, on Consulate, where, as we've seen, Mir Gaming were taking it very slow. They were waiting for those flanks. They were waiting for the aggressive plays coming in from Webl. So I think for the most part from Webl, it's slow your pace down, as well as what you've played in the attack. Probably try and mimic that as well in the defense. Play it slow, control the pace, don't give picks away that you don't really need to give.
Yeah, the overreaction from Webl was something that really came back to bite them a couple of times on the defense. And again, there was a bit of an overreaction from Mir. So I guess it's a high stakes game, isn't it? So we're going to see those small mistakes, you know, amplified and mean a lot more. But there's not a lot separating them, Mir.
Well, that's what we're saying, right? Make no mistakes on a map where it's quite easy to make mistakes, and mistakes can be very costly on a map like Skyscraper. Unfortunately, we have to head to a very short break, but when we'll be back, it'll be our second map of this best of 3. Can we bring it back, or is Mir gonna close things out? We'll find out after the break on Skyscraper.
ouais choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave.
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Greedy is low health though. Oh, what a take from Spirits! In the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Greedy has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood. The wave.
And I think he might just find it.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are going to be headed into our game right now. Have Mir Gaming already won demo? 86?
Oh, we've missed. Well, that's a wrap, everyone. It's been a great show. Everybody. Great day one of playoffs. Day two coming up tomorrow.
We're on Skyscraper. Map number 2 in our best of 3. Our second best of 3 here tonight, or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are. Mir Gaming. They're going to ban the Monty this time. They do not want to let Naps loose on that Monty again.
Yeah, good ban. Good ban from Mir Gaming. Monty was causing them a lot of issues. Take that off the board. You wonder now, where is the kind of shutdown that Webl are going to want to bring against Mir Gaming to deny some of the top gunners their entry picks? Yeah, a bit of thinking now that Webl have to do, but that won't be for a while yet, Ollie, as Webl are the team on the defense. The favored side is where they will start. Other bans, Valk and Tub. Tub, obviously you're dealing with a map where plenty of exterior walls that you want to try and open up. So removing that will just ease the hard breachers into the game a little bit more. And the Valkyrie just is, Valkyrie's a bit of a generic ban, isn't it, Ollie? It's, I wouldn't say it's like, oh, the best thing you could ban, but it ain't the worst either.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's a good ban. It's a bad ban. It's a ban. It doesn't really make too many odds. Mir Gaming are happy to go up against anything. There's nothing on the defense that's giga broken at the moment anyway. It's not like we're, in previous iterations.
Yeah, Solus is Zami Fenrir. What a fun one.
Exactly. Is it me, or do we not usually get treated to full screen player cams?
Honestly, it's Christmas.
It really is. I mean, I don't really know what to do with that information right there. Mir Gaming, they're going to start off on the attack. Webl on the defense. Webl are going to extend here over into office. They're going to be defending inside of T and Karaoke. They have a mirror window, and they're going to use it. Now, the Azami is maybe the only other thing that you would ban, as obviously Azami sees so much use on every map, but Skyscraper, again, it feels like we say this every time we talk about Azami. It's just such a good map for them, isn't it, Demo?
Yeah, it's the kind of layers that you get with Skyscraper, isn't it? It's classic Shrek phase, isn't it? Ogres have layers.
Green.
Skyscraper have layers.
Oh, I was going to say there's not much green on Skyscraper.
No, not talking about the green. You just have to peel your way through the defense, and generally teams will do one or two things. This is the second option, which we'll get on to, but generally the first one is you'll try and just go direct. You'll try and get in towards Geisha, in towards top black. Azami can be a big issue trying to get in towards Geisha whenever the breach just keeps being clogged up from Drum, for example. This is option 2, where teams will actually go for the sweep, and then you're going up against the Azami barriers. It could be inside a Dragon, inside a Drum. You have to go through all of that utility. So yeah, certainly I would say the second favorite attack that we see these days for this top floor over towards T and Karaoke. Mir Gaming is going to try and go for it. Going to try the old roam clear.
It looks like they've already been able to gain a little bit of area. Now, Webl could be holding on here for a little bit longer, but if you look at the time, it's already halfway through the round. So they don't really want to give themselves up. That utility has been spent, and it's done its job to a degree. Maybe later on, as this round develops further, there might be an argument to say they maybe should have stayed out there just a little bit longer. Moon, though, is going to find an opener before being immediately taken out by Sloth. Forget star performer of the previous round. Sloth, chance of another. Little rotating Inno. This is one of the dangers of moving around a little bit too much. You've kind of just got to stick a position and firm it. Sloth's already got himself into the site.
Nobody's home. The Ying also going to try and create a bit of chaos for him, but yeah, nobody's home. They just need to try and get in and stick that diffuser as best as they can. The C4 from the Mira ain't going to be in a good position to try and stop this. And oh, Sloth barely misses out on a kill onto Zad, but now they know exactly where the last person is, and he actually overswings and gets shut down because of it. But Sloth done the job, Ollie. He's the front man. He pushed into the site, gained control for his team, and his team just racks around him and gets themselves in, gets that diffuser down. No denial, in a good position on the side of Webl to really stop that diffuser from being planted.
And you sort of look at that and you go, well, should Webl have stayed out there on that roam just a little bit longer? I feel like for what they invested, the mirror window, they gave it up very soon. They would have had more value playing Vulcan canisters and doing that loose roam,
really
then rotating back and having the Vulcan canisters to be that buffer zone, because they didn't get what they needed out of that utility there. They just came off it far too quickly.
Yeah, and I think timing as well is another thing that you certainly can get lost in a Skyscraper. It's a little bit similar to kind of Cafe, where you take a little bit of time just getting into the building first off, isn't it? Where you kind of have to watch for spawn peaks and runouts, which obviously not as near common as what Cafe can do to you, but certainly still potential spawn peaks always going to be an issue. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that first round from Mir Gaming, being able to sweep across. But yeah, Webl probably could have fought for it a little bit harder. Maybe they look for the time-orientated operators instead. Immediately switching over to the other side. The other bomb site is where they will head. They will be setting up again for that extension using the mirror window. You see the mirror window being placed onto the drop onto the top. Just onto the tea room wall, looking over towards that karaoke side of things. No operators to really deal with that mirror window though, Wally. You're not seeing the Ashe being brought in example for Mir Gaming, which again they can run. You know, they've certainly got Ashe players there, but you don't seem as though it's worthy of really sacrificing an operator to be bringing in the counter to that mirror window.
Sloth, give me the chance, that early engagement again. You can see the drone just caught in a mute jammer at his feet. He's working quite far ahead of the team right now and in a bit of a solo capacity. Waiting for people to rally around him. You know, does need to be cautious right now. The Candela going to get sent through. No one's there, Blur. The drones will confirm that. Again, Webl, they've consolidated very quickly here. We're not at the halfway point and they don't occupy any of the key locations. There's no one in Terrace. There's no one in Dragon. Really, Mir Gaming now can just gather this info.
All reinforced as well for them in Dragon.
I think we saw, he just reinforced that. Really strange to see how quickly they're sort of retreating back. Because this is just going to be a kill zone now.
Yeah, that wall's going to get opened by the Thermite as well. I mean, there is still that mirror window that Naps has been able to pick a kill from. Surprisingly, that somebody has actually exposed themselves to that mirror window to get killed. Now they have the way into the site. Oh, this is a scary engagement here for Naps. So as soon as he puts his head up, but never mind. Looks as though Baguette's going to try and get him nonetheless. Doesn't have any stuns though, Ollie, which is the worry here for Baguette. He's just playing on raw gun skill alone. Where's the push coming in from Mir Gaming? Yes, that wall's open. Yes, they have the Yings, but no kills as of yet.
35 seconds. It's a dangerous time. That Candela is going to get caught out there. Not going to detonate in the desired location. Ino misses a freebie there, but Naps is in with his second. He's able to take Baguette down. Mir Gaming just dropping like flies right now. The consolidation worked.
I mean, pretty unlucky in some of those kills for Mir Gaming, certainly. You would have thought that surely one kill's going to come their way, but no. Webl standing tall. I mean, we were skeptical there, all. You know, they've really given Mir Gaming so much map control, and they didn't really take much for it. Still, they were all trapped in together as well. Like, did you see how close they were with each other? It's like in the army barracks, isn't it? Just a row of bunk beds in a line.
They're like sardines in a tin.
Oh, somehow they come out of it. I mean, it's just a case of they've went from pretty good swings and they've been able to win their engagements because of it. So yeah, down to the gunfights is what you put that round down to. Mir Gaming do drop around, and oh, like this is unusual. A bedroom bomb site.
Yeah, not one that you see. Typically, it'll be barbecue. I mean, it plays out very similar to the top floor. You've got to do a lot of the same jobs.
Yeah, I think that Geisha's a lot easier to hold of like a room upstairs.
Yeah.
Compared to the office. Because obviously you can look at Skyscraper. It's like an apple. It's got two halves, don't you? I certainly think that the karaoke and tea side of things is easier to defend compared to your office side of things.
I've just got to stop you now. Name me something else that when cut in half doesn't have two halves. Like, why an apple?
I just...
You could have said anything there. You could have said...
A for apple?
Hey. Oh my goodness.
Like, what do you want me to say?
I just don't understand where
you know, it's like two halves of a ram drone. You know, one half is going to be opened up. Like, what do you want me to say?
I just didn't understand the apple concept.
It's just an apple. Stop lingering on the apple. Just words, just gibberish. It's just me speaking. Just trying to do my job, man. Get hung up on an apple. You've been getting hung up that we're seeing this this fourth place bomb site that we just never see. But no, the apple's the issue.
There was a full ram drone there. Not a half of one.
I can't wait to get rid of you tomorrow.
You know, is on 1 HP. Put himself into a bit of mischief early on. Do you worry about Mir Gaming and their ability to pick off these defenders? Because, again, we're seeing quite a tight-knit defensive unit here. Mir Gaming aren't being given very many options at splitting these down or getting these kills without it getting really messy. It also feels as though they've not really done too much just yet. Naps. Cupadeo. They're both going to find success early on. I think to put it into perspective, Mir Gaming are expected to win 1, maybe 2 rounds on the attack here.
Yeah.
So it isn't all doom and gloom.
It took 5 against Blossom, though, which is the thing, but it feels as though the kind of attack here for Mir Gaming was just really hoping that they would find a pick to try and play off, but Webl very reserved in terms of just not giving any picks away, which is what we wanted to see, though. You know, this is the change up to Consulate. Webl were looking to play aggressive, looking to go for those flanks. Mir Gaming slowed their attacks down and were able to pick off Webl as they went for those picks. Webl are not giving the satisfaction over to Mir Gaming. They are playing reserve. They're sitting in their positions. They're playing behind mirror windows. They're not giving the kills away. And you can see that Mir Gaming are really struggling to figure out where they want to go, just because they don't have the manpower to do it. So I love the switch up here from Webl.
Yeah, I think the bomb site contributed to that as well, didn't it? Just confusing. Mir Gaming going to take a timeout. I feel like are they maybe being a little bit too harsh on themselves there?
I don't think you call the timeout here for Mir Gaming.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't.
You keep that for the defensive half.
You know what I'm like as well? Love an early timeout. Well, there must be something fundamental that's going on right now.
A weird one.
But again, it's their map choice, so they're expected to, you know, they're coming in here expecting to win rounds.
Wonder what it is that they've seen that, yeah, get out of here. Yeah, production just, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, just, yeah, Apple, yeah. Call me Apple Boy. So I am now, I'm just the Apple Boy.
I mean, it's better than being a water boy, isn't it?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Again,
bombs.
great operator that we came up with the other night, wasn't Ollie? The water boy.
The water boy operator, yeah.
And extinguish the flames. I mean, albeit it would be an operator that counters 2 operators, but sure.
It counts loads of operators.
What other operators have fire apart from Goyo and Tachanka?
Capital?
Right, that's your teammate.
Well, no, but it depends what side. It could just be an ambivalent player.
Right, well, you think this is going to be he's attacker and defender. He can be picked in both.
Yeah.
You're breaking the curve here like a recruit. The way the recruit used to be.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what the game
there we
needs.
Go.
5 seconds left.
That's what the game is. The game is starving for someone that can be played on both sides.
Well, again, the point was Stan then. If he was defender water boy, he would only counter 1 operator.
But imagine how good it'd be. What else do you think he could do? Is the water's got to mess with electronics a little bit, surely?
Maybe rehydrate his teammate, give them a stamina boost, where they have, I don't know, get quicker or something.
I don't think we need anyone being quicker, do we? I don't think Reddit like that.
Live speed dash.
What else could the water interact with if you're an attacker?
Chat, let us know if there was a water boy operator. Let us know what other concepts we could do. You know, so we've got.
What would the water do to smoke? What would the water do to like smoke canisters?
What else can he do, everyone? Let us know.
Surely it could dissipate smoke a little bit quicker or something.
He could spill the water on the floor, and then a blitz runs into it and slips and dies.
Slips. Now
Breaks
you're
his neck.
talking. Another trap operator.
There we go. What are we doing? Oh. Again, I just seen the blitz, which Mir Gaming have brought in to see if they can maybe try and push across here and get in towards that top floor. They're certainly eyeing up the other side, which they have been able to do. They've been able to get in towards office, and once again for Webl, Ollie, they just haven't put up really a fight that we were hoping to see, considering that you have a strong operator like Azami.
Yeah. Well, it didn't do them any harm. But with the blitz, it's going to be more. It's going to be easier, should we say, to take good control of this side. Sloth got a bit lucky on the walk-in last time. This time with a blitz, you can use that as a real beachhead to drive yourself through. Looks like Moon's maybe playing for a bandit trick there onto the wall, but I don't think the wall's really going to be too much of the problem. It's going to be elsewhere.
So Warden.
You are flashing a Warden, but fortunately you have a good old teammate next to you that's going to assist. Able to take him down. That's the power of the blitz. That's geisha control taken. So a bit of a different approach this time, but Webl, they've bolstered T significantly. The different approach is called for, and look at this cross that's going on.
Well, they're in.
Under the cover of the smoke. No one's got any idea. Baguette, he's going to find one. Plant was going down for a brief time, but that has been halted. Baguette's going to have to find a few more. Zad in the hot seat now. 1 versus 3. Fuser cold on the ground. Isn't going to be able to get going, though. Sloth just biding his time there.
Another close round. I mean, the Fuser was successfully stopped, though. Just spraying through the smoke, predicting where that plant would be going down. It bought them a bit of time, but just wasn't enough. You just think, though, well, imagine if they had wasted an extra 30 seconds on the roam game on the other side of the bomb site, on the other side of the map. And then that diffuser is trying to be planted with like 5 seconds left, and then the guy gets killed for the smoke. That's the importance that I think Webl needs to understand as a skyscraper. You need to try and just burn as much time and utility and manpower as you can. Because it is a fairly small map. Like, in terms of the context, you look at the other maps, like, you know, Bank and Clubhouse and Lair and Labs. This is a relatively small map. It's got 2 floors. Is it? I think it's, yeah, it's one of 2 maps, isn't it, in the pool with only two floors? The other one being border?
Sounds like lore to me.
You don't like lore?
Not a lore person.
No.
I don't mind law and order.
Lore and order?
But I'm not a lore guy, you know?
I mean, Mir Gaming have done really well to get these 2 attacks, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't feel like the finish, though.
No, no. I like the blitz. Again, you need that little bit of something, don't you? That little bit of a spark.
Bit of Swiss.
Swiss.
Ooh, nice attempt there, but I think it went too long. We're getting one of those situations that goes against your instinct, but where the C4 is thrown from is the direction you really want to be running. You're not going to outrun it behind you. Sloth. It's been all over the place. This time he's on the Finker LMG. Picks an opener onto Cupido. Not often we see Mir get the opening pick. But when they do, sure do run away with things. They've been doing quite well from fighting from behind also in this series so far. Well, the Azami this time has tried to hijack a little bit more time in drum, but still hasn't really been able to have that desired effect. With just shy of 2 minutes, Blur's already into terrace, and he can continue to gather this information.
Doing a good job here, Blur, isn't he? Just keeps himself alive as long as he can. He knows that he's going to be very important at taking control of that minibar area as well. Let's can just run in, take that 1v1 against the player behind the bar, and the player behind the bar certainly is not going to be able to win that if that blitz is right beside him. The wall now begins to get opened up. No bandit available for them to see if they can get up the bandit trick, as he is currently situated in the other bomb site. Moon is certainly far and away from that mirror window. That means minibar control is going to be in their possession. Blitz will spot out Moon, and Baguette now to start to apply the pinch. As Webl are just slowly but surely only being pushed out of their own home.
This time the Blitz is really doing quite a number at applying that pressure in different zones. Moon gets one back, though. It's not going to stop the plant from going down.
Hello?
Naps in there with the cover, stops the plant, but will be immediately traded. That diffuser needs recovering, though. You know, in a position to do something about this. He waits for the plant to go down. He's got a nice 1 versus 1 with Guard. If Guard doesn't know which way to look, then, well, Inno could be in with a chance here. Inno picks one. He's got a pre-fire on to Sloth. But Sloth is better in the heat of the moment. Gets that plan down, uses the bar as cover, and is able to find the pick.
Oh, a close one again. Mir Gaming almost slipping up. Where the attack was great. Being able to open up all of those walls, clear away those strong positions. Just bottle up all of the players of Webl into one area and then try to go for the pinch, which was successful. Baguette was able to get one. The cover there for the defuse was a little bit of a worry, Ollie, as they're just swung into the open. Picks up that diffuser, and the issue was there in the 1v2 is that there wasn't really any info as well that Mir actually had on Inno. I think they are quite fortunate Sloth was able to win the 1v1 because it certainly could have gone belly up. But Mir Gaming, another attack win on Skyscraper goes their way.
3 rounds on the attack on Sky. That's impressive, whichever way you cut it. There's not much stopping them from being a 4th as well. Going to this real off-choice bomb site down in the bedroom. Webl have not wanted to go over to Kitchen and Barbecue at all. They've probably also had the option to reattempt some sites as well, but they've just not been successful there, so they're opting to go elsewhere. The timeout, I think, has worked beautifully from Mir Gaming. This time, Blur going to be rocking the Fuse Shield as opposed to the Blitz. When there's that element of verticality involved, Blitz can be a nice thing to have.
Mm-hmm. No kills as of yet. Hasn't been, you know, most aggressive as Skyscraper. Sometimes all you kind of see just teams barrage the enemy with spawn peaks and jump outs, and sometimes we've seen Skyscrapers where it's been 2 kills within inside a minute for the defense. The attackers have been just killed off the rappel and run out on whatever it is. Certainly Webl haven't really went for that aggressive standpoint. Blur now ready with the Fuse, does spot out that player towards the minibar. Oh, takes a lot of damage though as he exposes his back half through the Warden. Mir Gaming, they've tried to look for something quick. Oh, Sloth misses the shots as well. Could have been a freebie on to Inno, but he lives to fight another day. First pick will go in favor of Webl. This player's still in the minibar as well, Ollie. They need to address him. They can't really get through him. Blur now will try and rotate over towards that soft wall. Simply just pistol him down, but no, misses too many shots. Goes for it again, runs out of ammunition. The Mute's still alive, but Sloth finally gets his man. Mir Gaming, though, have turned it around, Ollie. They have found even more kills. That was a 2 versus 4, but again, Ollie, just so scrappy, wasn't it?
There was a level of togetherness, though, from what Mir Gaming were doing there. It was scrappy, but they were doing it together. And I don't necessarily mind that. It's when it's scrappy and individual that it tends to get a little bit fruity, but they've really rallied to take that top floor. Cluster charges going through to try and remove as much as possible. The Mute Jammer's being a bit of a problem right now, but the only problem really to deal with is Cuprideo. Sloth going to gain the information there on the swing as the plant is starting to be attempted, but he's here, there, and everywhere. Predicts the movement. Ready and waiting.
Mm-hmm.
What a half from Mir Gaming.
Yep. OG Ashkin as well. That's the seasonal skin that released with this map as well, matter of fact. Another bit of lore knowledge for you all. I know you're not interested, but that's the camo that accompanies this map.
Have you been on the marketplace recently, Demo?
I haven't. I've only ever been on it once, and it was to sell a charm just to get some credits.
So the marketplace, it feels like it's a race to the bottom right now. There used to be a 120 limit as like the lowest thing that things could sell for, and I just used to sell things for 120 all the time because that's what they were buying for. Right. And now the limit is like 1. So the market has crashed.
No.
Yeah, severe market crash.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I still have the still have like an invitational skin which is worth a few quid. Or quid credits.
Which you would buy for your few quid.
Well, I mean, I've already got it. I went there, so I got the code, so I own it.
There you go.
I don't condone the old stolen valor of taking the skins. But yeah, the reason that I mentioned it is because I did try to buy a couple of those seasonals. I think it's the one that Sloth was using then is like a wave one.
Yeah, same one as well.
Yeah, they're all like very sort of Japanese art inspired, right?
Or Skyscraper, of course.
For Skyscraper for the release. They're some of my favorites, to be fair. But I did have to buy them because I wasn't on this game at that point.
That was a great set. That was a great set. Oh, great shot there from Blur. Actually able to thread the needle past the Blitz onto the head of the Ash. So immediately a 4v5. So Raps, who we've seen was on the Monty for the majority of Consulate, Ollie, is now going to take up the mantle as the Blitz this time around. And look, yes, they're both shields, but this one isn't as safe, Ollie. You know, you don't have that full body protection. You kind of have to go a little bit more aggressive on the side of Blitz than what you would with a Monty. But look at the difference, though. in terms of how both the teams set up in the defense. Mir Gaming are fighting tooth and nail to try and hold on to the other side of the map, trying to hold on to Office. They'll waste utility, waste time. They've already got a kill. This is what Webl weren't doing.
Continuing to harass out there, and even if you lose a life in the process, it isn't always the end of the world.
At the time.
You look at what Blur's done there. Now, at a minute 30, Mir Gaming were knocking on the door of the site.
Yep.
And yet, here Webl are. Yeah, they might have traded a kill back. They're not even through Office yet.
Yep, still have to go through Drum and Dragon as well, don't forget. Here comes the Drum issue now, as a player will be spotted out. Thankfully, though, the player that he did pick, though, was the Azami. So in terms of taking Drum, it will be a lot easier. And, well, a good spot there from the Blitz. Sees the Warden rotate out to go for the reload and immediately takes that ground. So a great little play there from that. Great little nod to him there. So they have got control of Drum and Dragon. A minute left. They need to try and find some more picks and get themselves into the site. I wonder if we'll see any rotates maybe below from players of Mir Gaming to try and shut down the plant from below. I mean, they do have a C4 as well that they could utilize, so it could be possible. But you look at the C4 players inside of Geisha. He hasn't rotated it down just yet. Hatch is open beside him inside of Geisha, but now he actually has to try and maybe deal with the Blitz, who's just barreling in towards Geisha. Baguette finds one. The Blitz will get the easy flash, but somehow, some way, fully flashed, the kill still falls in favor of Mir Gaming. They've went for the old 3-2-1 Webl. They've been kicked out of the park.
Barely even given chance to draw breath there. That kill must have been pretty nice as well, because full white flashed, you're not often getting those. But you've got to shoot, you've got to aim in, you've got to hold mouse one, you've got to use your best instincts to try and get it done, because at the end of the day, the Blitz still only has a pistol. That's why the bashing mechanic is a favored option, really, but sometimes proximity dictates that you've got to go for something a little bit more long range. Mir Gaming, they've got both hands on this fixture right now. We've seen them here before, Demo, and we've seen it fall into utter chaos. Are we finally going to be given the opportunity to watch them play a clean map of Siege, where they come in, dominate start through finish? I'm starting to get that feeling. I'm looking at the lineup. They've got the Clash this time. Clash is going to be great. Blitz or not, whatever you bring, it's going to be something to get through. And Webl's time management at the minute, it's not been tip-top.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, Mir Gaming, that's on the defense. This is what's going to really favor them, isn't it? You know, Webl have to try and go uphill against them. I think Mir Gaming are playing just the map really well. Again, Sloth, pop off map. I mean, surely at this stage has to be the MVP of the series if he goes and closes out this map as well. He has been electric, and he has been all stage. You know, he's been the #1 rated player during the regular stage, and he's carrying that momentum into playoffs, and it's never easy for any team whenever one guy is just playing out of his skin at the moment. How can you get him into the skin? That's probably the better question. How do you get him back in?
Sometimes you can't put rabbit back in the box, can you? Or is it the hat? I think it might be the hat.
Do I need to go through that analogy?
Cupido.
Rabbit in the box.
He's going to fall as the first on the entry again. 7 and 7, not finding any success. The Ash taken out of the picture. Not the biggest issue in the world, obviously. Ash is great and all. There's nothing really that you're going to want the Ash for. Maybe to destroy some of those keeper barricades, but there are other operators that can achieve that task, or some of those castle barricades, should I say.
Well, Sophia's used all of her hits.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, with like the impact, so you're gonna have to try and use, using some breaching charges. Places one on the double window, and
Sloth will be out of there in a minute. Honestly,
he can't play as aggressive now in towards Drum, but like you said, he could easily just jump out of it. Here Gaming, though, it looks as though that they will go for the option of just retreat now. You know, this is the thing. They've wasted all this time, Ollie. They've been able to get that pick. They've wasted tons of utility. A minute left up against the Clash, which, looking at the lineup, they can't deal with the Clash. They've got one stun. That is it. And if that stun doesn't hit its mark, Ollie, it could be good night for Webl. they're just up against it again.
Could be one of those rounds that just sort of tails off. Doesn't seem to be a plan to deal with this clash. Zadj is just trying to bait a kill out around it, but Mir Gaming aren't giving away anything at the moment, and they don't need to. There's no need for them to move. There's no need for them to react. Webl with 30 seconds. They're the ones that have got to get shifting. I'm not even sure if they've managed to get the breach open or not, you know. Just been a very one-dimensional clear through Terrace, through Dragon. Guard. Just going to start shifting around in there now. As he knows that as soon as the time starts to tick, the attackers are going to have to do something. Naps, Moon, all find success. They've circumvented the clash, but Sloth is tucked in. Get joins in on the action, and the time does the rest. Mir Gaming, match and series point.
Yeah, 2 players left as well, but they just didn't have enough time to get that diffuser down. That was the issue for Webl. Just took way too long. Staring at a clash. That's really what they did. Mir Gaming, what can you say? They're playing extremely well. They're bringing in these obstacles. They're challenging Mir Gaming, challenging Webl, saying, look, we're going to set up like this. We've put a hurdle in front of you. It's called a clash. Can you jump over that? It's almost as though like Mir Gaming testing Webl, saying, right, we're going to give you the clash variation. Can you deal with that? It's like a driving test. You have to go for all the maneuvers.
Bay Park, parallel park.
Yep. It's not just reverse round a corner. It's reverse round a corner on a hill start.
Ooh, reverse round the corner uphill.
There you go. Make sure you got your bite.
Doesn't sound safe. I'm not even sure if they even do that one still.
Well, mine did, but I'm pretty sure my driving instructor was this psychopath.
And people around the world are like, "What's going on?" Like,
yeah.
I think to my mind, if you live in America, you literally just go to the center and get given a license.
Yeah. They don't really do manual anyway. It's all automatic for them. They don't do stick.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, it's obviously getting that way in the UK as well. Getting further away from that, but still primarily done in manual.
I'm a fan of the stick.
I've done my time with the stick. I've moved on from that now.
Wow. You've done your time with the stick. Behave, man. I reckon you've driven about 25,000 miles in your whole life.
No chance.
Less?
I'd like 11k in like 3 years.
Jeez. Bless you.
Yeah.
Webl, moving quickly here. I don't think they've taken the time out yet either. Well,
yeah, Mir Gaming took theirs on the attacking side, which, to be fair, is actually looking at it now, it got them those attacking wins.
Well, it was fantastic, wasn't it? They had an expectation of themselves, and they hit that expectation.
Yeah,
they did fantastic on the attack.
On the defense.
Yeah, they know what they need to do on the defense. They just need to waste time. Play Skyscraper the way that it's meant to be played.
That's it. It was the attacks they had the issues with. Is this going to be the last round, though, of today? We'll be setting up with the castle barricades, trying to deny access into that first floor. Barbecue will be hailed primarily from above. You can see the players inside a geisha and in and around tea and karaoke. A lot of angles being opened up. Mir Gaming need to be aware that these attackers are going to be in position. Maverick will also begin work opening up that single geisha wall. In a little bit of a tricky position to get into, considering that a bandit can play there, quite safely. So Maverick has been forced into the fray of things. Flashbang in through the window to try and see if they can execute onto the players inside of geisha. Don't forget that wall isn't entirely open, just reveals the legs of the defenders. So most of it's going to have to flood through, coming in through the doorways. A C4, that's from downstairs, has been able to kill Napsol, and that now relieves a lot of stress from Mir Gaming.
Webl, slowly but surely, getting their own comeback and getting their revenge. Blair, he's just answered a Dokubi call and he's tucked in behind the bar. He's 1 versus 3 right now. 35 seconds and a little bit of information. Playing the Fenrir, so no C4 available to him. Maybe he's got an FNAT that he can try and play off. Diffuser. That'll be recovered. A plant is what secures things here for Webl. With Blur hiding out. I'll be honest, I don't think that anybody knows where he is right now. Just needs to get fortunate. You can hear that plant start to go down.
The cover should be fine, though.
Nothing that he can do about it, though. He knows the cover's there. Picks up the first onto the covering player. Does narrowly miss. Out on a second chance. I imagine the post plant is one player outside, one player upstairs. Blur knows this. He knows he needs to win that engagement, but it's a long range battle. And as you say, the LMG, it can just hold down Mouse One and spray and
He's
pray.
trying to bait shots, wasn't he? He was hoping that, oh, if I bait some shots here, then the guy's going to run out of ammunition. 150 bullets, you have to bait out Blur. That's not going to be possible. So Webl, able to get the round under their belt. You can see there was a few moments there where Mir Gaming, they knew that the initial push upstairs was coming in, and they actually tried to go first. They tried to go aggressive before Webl could aggress onto them, and it didn't pay off for them. They actually got shut down because of it. So, yeah, Webl, nice attack. They analyzed the issue, which obviously was going to be the Geisha. They brought in the Maverick. You know, great operator to bring in if you're struggling with getting the walls open, especially against the Bandit. So, overall for Webl, good attack. But we need a lot more. We need 3 more rounds. Pushes into OT. And the thing is now with Mir Gaming, they get all of the sites unlocked again though, Wally.
Yeah, everything open, everything available. They've done it before, why can't they do it again? Downstairs, it's not a throwaway site, but it's a third choice for a reason. Think back to some of their early defending rounds upstairs, and they were far more successful. They waited out in the office side for a good amount of time. Blur eventually paid for it. He was playing the Azami that round and still wasted over a minute. And you could see by direct comparison that where Webl had got to by the halfway point and where Mir Gaming were getting to on the halfway point on their own attacks was leagues apart. So we need to see a quicker clear here from Webl. A little bit more efficient at dealing with these players. You know that someone's inside of office. Brilliant bit of info there. Cupideo. Yellow ping came off somebody else's drone and it was as easy as you like. Blur should know that he can't just sit there and expect to get away with things.
Yeah, Blur, who was actually not too bad in the opening kills whenever he started over here the last time. Able to pick up that first kill onto the Ash. This time, does get killed. Was on the Azami though this time. So the Azami's still going to be in effect. So they can try and lock down Dragon and Drum. Oh, almost. Finds that tap. Onto the Melusi, but not going to be the case. And much better pacing here from Webl, isn't it, Ollie? They've been able to take control of the office side. Still a minute 30 to go. They need to start working on rooting out this Azami. That's going to be the issue more than anything.
Yeah, and it's different circumstance this time because Blur, while he's perished, last time he was the Azami and Webl didn't have to deal with it. Now they still have to deal with the Azami. They've got a few ways of doing it. They've got the DMRs. You can get it done that way. But of course, if you're shooting at the Azami barricade, you're not ready to shoot at the guy that's going to swing from behind it. And is the Azami player inside a Geisha. Surprised to see Geisha window not open, to be honest, to give him that pressure.
Because open, shouldn't it? Yeah.
He shouldn't be able to stand where he is right now. He's got a great line of sight onto the breach, but pressure just isn't coming in onto him.
Yeah, they need something to get people off these angles, aren't they? I mean, it just feels though Mir Gaming are in very strong positions, and the Gap will pick up one from his angle. Sloth has been forced back as once that Kiba drops, he has no cover inside of Drum. Oh, actually rotates downstairs. There's a player right beside him, but I don't think he has any idea that it's going to be Zad who just misses him. The timing on that is incredible.
And the Dokkaebi call is likely not going to matter because Sloth's going to be too far away. Navigates the barbed wire, destroys the Banshee, and finds End. Zad, a successful push up these main stairs. As Naps adds on to the pain. Sloth, we've seen him be the star, but not this time. It's all down to guard. There's 10 seconds. 1 versus 2. You can tell by how he's flicking. He's frantic right now. He's got live ping information. He knows where the cover is, but he can't do anything about it. And it's not going to stop the plant from going down. Sad. Big round from him on the Dokkaebi.
I mean, again, another round where the timing's just incredible. You know, Sloth rotates downstairs. That was from last round. You know, he rotates downstairs. He heard Sloth drop. You know, as playing this day, heard Sloth drop down the stairs, goes for the swing, and Sloth is just crossing the barbecue at that time. And then because Sloth is left, he then walks up main stairs. Main stairs control now in favor of Webl. Yeah, just one of those rounds. Webl take the timeout here, Ollie. Even though they have a bit of momentum here, they're going to go for the timeout. And now they're going to allow Mir Gaming to also talk about themselves. Mir Gaming's probably need a timeout as well.
I'll be licking the lips right now because Mir Gaming have got a problem with closing out games. So giving them 45 seconds ahead of what could be the last round to try and stabilize their thoughts and come up with a plan. But then for Webl, it's do or die, isn't it? You either take it now or you don't take it. So maybe the risk or maybe the benefit will outweigh. We'll have to see.
Attackers need to locate.
You do get the feeling that Webl are still not out of this, though. As dangerous as it is, like Mir Gaming are 1 round away from wrapping the series. I understand that, but we know what this team's like.
We've been here before. We've been here a lot before. Just based on Mir Gaming. Last 4 games that they've played, it has went to overtime every single time without fail. Is this going to follow the trend? It will be something a little bit different. Mir Gaming could just close out just a normal win. So they've headed over to the other bomb site, Ollie. Over to office is where they go. Now, keep in mind, Webl, they struggled a lot with the timing on this attack. The diffuser not being able to get planted cost them the round. So for Webl, I think speed is of the essence. That's what they need to improve on going forward here if they want to win this attack. Knowing Mir Gaming, they'll set up the exact same way. They'll play all of the operators to set up on the other side of the map. They'll bring in the Mir, they bring in the Azami. It's up to Webl to see how they want to approach this, and it should just be get the Blitz in, support them with a few drones, get the Logic Bomb. You don't even really need to worry about destroying the mirror windows if you have the Blitz. Blitz can just walk up to the mirror window and punch Ollie.
Yeah. Barbed wire already going to slow Blitz's approach down.
Oh, no mirror window on the T-walls this time.
No, it's going to be reinforced.
They're playing the deeper one in sight, I believe.
Yeah. I think they're just recognizing that they're going to need to drop off maybe a little bit quicker this time. Or with more bodies alive. It's one or the other, isn't it? There's a serious stack up inside a dragon right now. And Sloth is just going to be placing some of these Kiba barricades out there. That one's a nice one. Gives a super narrow angle to work with. 3 C4s for the defenders this time as well. It's going to be a Blitz's worst nightmare, that. Logic bomb phone call. Sloth now can see the Blitzes coming through this dragon side of things. After getting really the door slammed in their face in T and Terrace. Sloth can put a little bit of damage down, but it's a long-range engagement for Blitz. Blitz needs something to close the gap, and he's not really being supported right now.
Yeah, need to destroy the Kibas. Honestly, they just try and mag dump through it, but suppose he does have 2 in pocket as well, so does it really make that much of a difference? Probably not, but yeah, they just are struggling to try and deal with him. Flores, a bit of damage as well. Blitz continues to take damage. They will flash him out, but as we know, the support is going to be there for Sloth. Even if he can't see, he knows his teammates will be able to try and help him. You have Blur there on the Warden. He won't get flashed, as we know. The fight comes in. Zad is going to be downed. Sloth will be eliminated by the Blitz. Is anyone going to be in a position to try and help him, though, and get him revived? Ende just swings and loses the engagement against the Blitz. The Warden now will be flashed. The goggles going to be in recharge, Ollie.
Oh, dear.
Come on. Oh, he
worst
doesn't have
position.
it.
It's horrible seeing a Warden get flashed like that. But Blair, there was nothing he could do about it. Where was the support for Sloth? He was single-handedly holding on to things. And now it's 2 versus 4. Low HP on both Moon and Zad. Forget. You've had big games. You've had big moments. Now could be another one. The plan being confirmed. Naps with the cover. Oh, he only so narrowly missed there as well.
I thought he had a double there. They lined up
I thought
perfectly
he
for
lined,
him.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm telling you, it's got OT written all over it. Where was the support for Sloth? How was he even allowed to rotate back into the top of VIP, by the way? If he'd have rotated out, reinforced the wall, he'd have been golden.
don't forget,
Mental.
Webl have just won the round without opening up any walls as well. Like, Ace has all 3 Selma charges available. They didn't open up the single wall, didn't go over towards the double. Just nothing opened at all. Literally pushing through doorways, and they still managed to win. Sloth needs more help than what he was getting there. You know, Sloth was in a great spot. Really difficult for Webl to get him out of there. But it's the 2 players in VIP. Just did not help him at all. I mean, End and Blur need to be doing more.
Yeah, I feel like Sloth's been left hung out to dry there. Gonna go for a different bomb site.
Honestly, how do they keep just doing this to themselves?
It's the nerves, isn't it? It's got to be. I think we saw it from...
just written in the stars.
We've seen it from both players, though. Guard was in the clutch and his mouse was all over the gaff. Baguette was in the clutch and he was all over the gaff, like... And then you watch him in the opening portion of the round and they're really composed. But I feel like that it genuinely gets to him. Which is good in a way, because it shows how much it means. But you worry about if it's that bad in like a playoffs, then what's it going to be like on a main stage?
Well, that's what they're fighting for, isn't it, Ollie? To try and get to a main stage. Obviously, they have to go through the likes of PSG, Talon, and X before any of the teams here, Mir Gaming and Webl, want to try and get into the major. Those are the 2 teams to beat, as we know. I mean, don't forget, Korea, they get 2 spots. One coming from the playoffs will be decided this week. And the other coming in from the LCQs for that other spot. So no matter what, you know, even today, you know, with BNA losing, Ollie, they still have another chance. Same with Webl or Mir Gaming. Whoever loses this series, they still have another chance.
Well, the winner of this game goes up against PSG Talon as well, so not the easiest opponent to be going up against. There's more chances almost certainly going to be required. Regardless of who wins, Talon have looked pretty unstoppable so far this stage. But in a best of 3, anything can happen, and, well, it often does when Mir Gaming's involved. This Keeper barricade is going to be causing a bit of a problem. They have managed to destroy the first one on the drum door, but a little bit of support as well. Blur should be good to hold on to this position. He's still got 2 in pocket, and as you say, Demo, a minute left on the clock.
Oh, I like this from Baguette, though. An off-angle position. Sloth has went down. Trade has come in from Ann, but I mean, Baguette, it just depends if he gets droned. This is the crucial thing. If he doesn't get spotted out, which it doesn't look as though the drone all his went up the stairs. Oh, has that missed him? Did that see him or did that not? I'm going to say it didn't see him. This could be an absolute freebie, and it will be. Baguette plays the pause to perfection. Finds 2 as well, Zad. Lost in the sauce. And now it's a 2 versus 4 that Naps and Moon have to battle back from.
It hasn't been the map of big clutches, has it? We saw a little bit of it in our first series. We saw some of it on Consulate. But Skyscraper so far, we haven't seen a big clutch, and well, this is about as big as it gets, especially for Moon. 1 versus 3, but nothing he can do. Mir Gaming do what we thought was impossible. They get it done in regulation this time. 7-5. Of course, 1 round away from an overtime, but we can forgive them of that. We've managed to stabilize there and get it over the line. I think that's a huge result for this side. Mentally as well. They've not had the easiest of stages. A lot of their games have been scrappy. A lot of their games have been long. Here, managed to get it done in regulation on Skyscraper, and they get the series done in 2 maps. Successful on both Consulate and Sky.
Yeah, congratulations to Mir. They move on. They will be up against not the funnest of teams to go up against, as PSG Talon is what awaits them. But I mean, Anne, certainly today, Mir Gaming, one thing they've shown us is they can win in regulation.
That's what we wanted to see from them, and that's what we were hoping from this game, this map specifically. Especially given the previous results you've seen from Mir on this map, how they were able to speedrun former opponents on this map. And this time around, it was looking better, as we said, just not going into overtime. Sloth really putting up the numbers at the board, but Baguette as well, once again being that super important player. Perfect place, perfect time in the final round as well. What we're seeing here. So yeah, very well deserved. And you have to be happy for Mir, given their improvement. Last stage they got 7, didn't even make it to playoffs. Now they make it to the playoffs and they win their first game. Like you said, Demo, not the easiest of opponents that they got coming up, but they got to worry about that later.
Yeah, look, no matter which way you look at it, it's going to be an underdog battle for Mir Gaming going forward. But you never know. Maybe they could give PSG Talon a few overtimes, which it almost feels like it's going to be inevitable, isn't it, for Mir Gaming? But today, look, they stuck at it. It wasn't the cleanest of victories. It never really is for Mir Gaming, though. All he said before, they just grind their teeth and they just get stuck into it, and they don't care if they have to drag themselves through the mud. A win's the win in their book. Webl, equally today, I thought they played really well. I thought their consulate was good. I thought their peers, the skyscraper as well, was good. It was just time management more than anything is what they kind of lacked on the attack. And on the defense, they didn't do enough of that to burn the clock for the attackers of Mir Gaming. That was where Webl kind of got it wrong. They weren't trying to burn away as much of the clock as what they certainly should have.
Yeah, I think, you know, Webl maybe didn't play to the win condition as well as they could have done. I don't think that they understand defenses on Skyscraper as well as Mir Gaming certainly did. And Mir Gaming definitely understand the attacks. They were successful on 4 out of 6 of those attacking rounds. And, you know, that just goes to show, you know, we don't often see 4 rounds won on the attack on Sky. Mir Gaming, they took the time out, they were able to stabilize, and they got the job done. Webl, you've got to feel a little bit sorry for them. I think they gave a really good performance on Consulate. There was glimmers here on Sky, but overall, they just genuinely got beat by a much better team today.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder whether they were maybe a bit showing too much respect on their defenses, like you two were saying. The time management of not staying out just far or long enough on the other side of the map when contesting roams on the other side. And a player that was able to make great use of that on the other side, our MVP for the second map here, Sloth. I mean, the entry is not really going his favor as much as it usually does, but you two, I mean, you mentioned even Demo, he is now IGLing, but also entering at the same time, which is a difficult thing to do. It's not quite common that we're seeing it here, but once again, he shows us why he is the top-rated player in Korea.
Yeah, I think the last person that I can remember who really did it successfully was probably Merc in TSM. No, he was playing like entry and also IGLing. So it's not a common thing. Generally, your IGLs are going to be in the supportive roles, but he's having to do both. And yeah, he's been the standout player again today. He has been the whole league. You know, it's good to see him just play Siege again, because Sloth wasn't playing, you know, at the top tier of Siege probably a good part of a year, you know, since the heroic core gone. He was kind of in around tier 2, tier 3 teams trying to play for the major qual spots, but here he is inside of a tier 1 league again, and he's performing.
Yeah, it's great to see. Obviously, Sloth, the player that we've watched come up through the ranks. Some would maybe say that he has risen through those ranks over the years, and I think it's nice to see him now find a little bit of a home in career, and it's, you know, it's good experience for him that he's going out there doing a bit of IGLing, doing a little bit of, you know, entry and you know, trying to mesh that two, you know, those two things together and make it work, and you can see it come through in the gameplay.
Looking very good for him. Curious to see what he can do against PSG Talon, which is the game coming up for them next. But let's recap our day here a bit and look exactly what happened with our very quick 2-0s and all of us getting their predictions right. Unfortunate for production. I understand why they wanted to go with Webl, and like, you know, you said they brought it close. Unfortunately, not 100% successful with the prediction there. But hey, I think you two mentioned if you get your predictions right, you can come back, no?
That is true. Anne, welcome back. You are you're free to come back again, and so are me and Demo. It's a great day. We've kept our jobs another day.
You won't be back tomorrow, though.
I'm not here tomorrow, no.
Neither is
me
Anne.
neither. No.
There you go. It's only me. I'll be
you.
joined by 3 mystery guests.
You looking forward to that, though?
Any clues? Like, what are we talking?
I know who it is, so no. I know who one of them is, so no.
You'll have a great time, I'm sure. Make sure you put the pressure on them for the predictions, though.
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah. give him the same kind of pressure as I was given as well, that if I don't get the predictions right, I can't come back. But I mean, sure, tomorrow we got our games going up, and I'm sure we'll have a quick look at the schedule, or the bracket rather, of what things are looking like. As we said, okay, we have our quarterfinals today. The teams that are winning here today obviously will be progressing into that. Unfortunately for BNA and Webl, this ends their playoffs run. They have to go play the 5th place match to see which of these two teams will get the better seed going into the LCQ. They directly go into the LCQ, no need to play the open qualifier playoffs. So yeah, just having the better seed in there might help you with a bit of a better chance of booking that final major ticket, because we keep on hammering down on the importance. There is only one major spot to be given away from the playoffs, despite us having 3, well, maybe 4 teams in Korea that are these like strong titans and teams that we expect and hope to see at the major demo. It's not going to happen because there's only 1 in playoffs and 1 in LCQ.
I mean, it's the same as what we look at the other regions as well. You know, you could easily send 6 NA teams, 6 EU teams, and 2 Asia teams, for example. Like, I feel as though the regions, there's not enough spots in every region. There's not enough spots, and that's the issue that we have. Is the quality of Siege is at an all-time high. So many good teams from so many regions, but we can only have a select few at the major.
See, I look at it a different way. Like, I think about the games that we've watched today, and I think what would D+ and Mir have done it on the international stage today? Like, which level of team would it have taken to punish them even more? I don't know.
Well, Korea's beat G2 before, so before you say that, respect FearX, please, and what they did to G2.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. It isn't like an everyday sort of occurrence, is it? It's great seeing the teams that are strong in Korea, but we need to see what those teams look like regularly against international competition to gauge that improvement.
Yeah, I mean, you could be super strong in your own region, but then when you go to the international stage and your map pool isn't deep enough, or your strats aren't, you don't have as many plan Bs as you thought you did, then that's a really tough battle to face. And I think for Mir, they're playing against a team tomorrow that has faced that international stage before. Same goes for FearX, D+, they've also been on that international stage, and we mentioned how D+ weren't there for Manchester. They obviously hope to come back around this time, but for them, FearX is on the cards tomorrow, so that's not the easiest match I think you have to look forward to. And then, like we mentioned, PSG Talon versus Mir, that other semi-final. We briefly talked about the 5th place match as well, and all 3 of these will be happening tomorrow. So, whereas you have a short day today, it'll be a longer one tomorrow.
Yeah, long day tomorrow. 3 games to cover. 5th place match, Webl, BNA. If I'm not mistaken, Ollie, that'll probably be one where you'll not be watching. Try and save your sanity, because it'll probably be one of those games again. Because Webl and BNA, last time we had it, it was like just Damali running around, and Webl then trying to run around Damali. It was just, one of those weird games, wasn't it, whenever we've seen those 2 play against each other? Yeah,
it was definitely a messy one, wasn't it? And I think, I mean, it might be one that I watch. I don't know. It'll all depend on what time it's on, Demo.
You won't be up. You won't be up at 6 a.m. There's no way. There's no way.
It definitely is an earlier start tomorrow than it was today, but we already talked about you coming back, Demo. Ollie, are you coming back for any of Korea League, the LCQs maybe, something at all, or is this your final
he's back on Saturday. He's back on Saturday. Just the one day he's taken off.
Saturday. Oh, okay. Well, you get to
there for the grand final.
Watch the games, and then you get to do the grand final. That's nice. You just get to like skip the semifinals and just go straight to the important games.
Yeah, straight to the final.
I love that. Always good to hear. But hey, is there anything you two want to say to close out the day today, given that we've had our 2 very fast BO3s actually?
More should be good. I think the matches, FearX D+, obviously going to be a great game. PSG Talon versus Mir. Again, Mir Gaming, massive underdogs. Is the pressure going to be PSG Talon where they are expected to win and they need to win? And then maybe they don't win because that pressure gets too much for them. Who knows?
I think for me, FearX D+, it's the big rematch, isn't it? D+, bit of a chip on the shoulder, potentially. Obviously, they lost that game inside of the stage, so they're going to be looking for redemption there. And it's 2 of the big teams fighting up against each other, so it's what we want to watch. It's the best of Korea right there.
I'm sure it'll be some exciting stage we have tomorrow. For now, I want to say thank you to you two for the casting, not just that, but also the Apple conversations, the new operator brainstorm moments that we've seen today. It was all there, and I enjoyed it, so thank you very much for that. A big thank you to production as well for the very smooth show, and then a big thank you to you for watching as well. There's a lot of Siege going on this week as well, with plenty of playoffs starting and continuing, so make sure to stick around for that. And if not, we'll see you again tomorrow, whereas the playoffs for South Korea continue. Thank you so much.